Chapter 1265. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood-red flame vanished. Fan Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. I cannot use man as before after transforming into other life forms. This is very inconvenient. And man as before has a huge limitation. Thankfully, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. Fan Yuan sighed internally. He activated another immortal killer move. Enslavement and strength path, myriad self method. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Large numbers of Fan Yuan, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathered into a huge crowd as they charged towards Ing Wu Xie and the rest. How can this be? How did he recover so quickly? Has he already gotten rid of the flesh-blood fire? He Lulan was extremely shocked. Fan Yuan's counterattack was too fast, it was still so powerful. He Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. He Lulan knew that Fan Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Fan Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his state, then he had to stop his transformation. He might be hesitant during this period. Only then would he activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes. If it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood fire. Fan Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan and by Ning Bing. He Lulan also did not know that Fan Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fan Yuan to sense his condition 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. All in all, He Lulan paid a heavy price, but it brought little negative influence to Fan Yuan. She had expended a lot of red date immortal essence. But Fan Yuan had a huge family business and was doing well financially. He did not care about this bit of money. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Ing Wu Xie opened his mouth and roared. Countless Fan Yuan phantoms around him exploded. Immortal killer move, Thorny Forest. Shirnu stamped his right foot on the ground, and countless earth spikes rose from the ground, completely piercing through the thousands of Fan Yuan's shadows. Then, Shirnu let out a light shout, and the earth spikes shot up into the sky. A large number of myriad selves in the sky were also instantly cleared out. This move was extremely effective. It contained the second variation, causing Fan Yuan's myriad self army to almost collapse. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shirnu could be said to be the cornerstone of this battle. Without his contribution in defense, how could Ing Wu Xie and the rest last until now? You're next. Fan Yuan transformed back into his sword WYRM form and laughed malevolently in his heart. Roar! At this moment, the tiger-like Nian roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Fan Yuan, and although it had been fighting all this time, the ancient year beast had not been able to escape. But Ing Wu Xie's side was on guard, its attack was not effective, and it suffered many injuries instead. The tiger-like Nian was not loyal to Fan Yuan. This could not compare to Ing Wu Xie's soul beast summoning killer move. Its injuries were severe to a certain extent. It immediately ran away, piercing through space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. Fan Yuan activated this killer move again. This time, he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Even though year beast summoning could only summon 1 year beast each time. But there were many year beasts in the river of time, and this one ran away. He just had to summon another one. The sheep-shaped ancient year beast charged towards Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Shirnu roared, and his body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant that was no smaller than the year beast. He stood firmly and counterattacked. Using an ingenious combat technique, he threw the year beast to the ground. There was a loud rumble. The ancient sheep-shaped year beast fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake intensely. The sheep-shaped year beast quickly got up and furiously stabbed its horns at Shirnu. While dodging, Shirnu grabbed the curved horns with both hands. The 2 giant creatures were entangled. It was hard to determine the victor. On Fan Yuan's side, the sword light dragon breath's frequency and quantity had fallen by a lot. He felt waves of burning pain in his throat. His throat was about to emit smoke. Sword light dragon breath was the ancient sword dragon's strongest method. A true ancient sword dragon could only breathe 20 to 30 times in a row. But Fan Yuan had breathed hundreds or even thousands of times, finally reaching the limit of his body. If he continued, his throat would be damaged, and the sword light dragon breath's power would be greatly reduced. By now, the previous tiger year beast had already retreated with heavy injuries, while Fan Yuan was showing some signs of fatigue. He had already become a rank 7 Gu immortal and had red date immortal essence. His battle strength had risen to the upper tier among rank 7s. But the enemies he was facing were not to be underestimated. He Luon was a formidable woman. She had the great strength true martial physique and had annexed a strength path blessed land in Jade Pot Mountain. Her down marks had increased by a lot. At the same time, she had inherited blazing heaven demoness true inheritance. She had a body full of immortal goo. Her battle strength was outstanding. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark eye soul physique. She had turned into a mysterious dragon man. She had Bai Xiang grotto heaven and inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. There was no need to mentioning Wu Xie. He was one of Spectral Soul's main split souls. He had once had the 11th extreme physique, the last hope of Shadow Sect. His soul path attainment was extremely shocking. His attainment level of each path was unknown, but it should not be low. At least, it was in terms of luck path. Shirnu was a rockman from the Varian human race. This race had abundant earth path down marks. Together with Shirnu's main earth path, they complemented each other. The weakest was Tai Bai Yinxing, but even so, this old man was becoming more resolute with age. He primarily cultivated time path, but also perfectly cultivated cloud path. He had an immortal goo in his possession, and the defensive power of Cloud Ring killer move was also very impressive. Although most of these 5 had rank 6 cultivation level, they were about the same as Fan Yuan when he was rank 6. Their battle strength was extraordinary. They were all at rank 7 level. Now that they worked together, they were all elites. They had excellent temperaments. They cooperated with each other. They also had the support of Shadow Sect's remaining resources. And most importantly, they had endless methods. They were definitely stronger and harder to deal with than Yi Lui Kun Xing. Battles between Gu immortals could not be rushed. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, there were countless immortal killer moves. Some were mystical, some were bold and unconstrained, some were domineering, and some were sinister and mysterious. Fan Yuan fought 1 against 5, he had the upper hand. Ing Wu Xie and the rest were busy dealing with him. They could not turn the situation around. Damn it! He has not used that move even now! Ing Wu Xie thought as green immortal zombie blood flowed out of his nose. Ing Wu Xie wiped it off with the back of his hand, but soon, green immortal zombie blood flowed out again. Damn it! I have used immortal killer moves repeatedly. I have suffered backlash in this regional wall. Even my immortal zombie body is unable to endure it. I am already in this state. The others are in an even worse state. Ing Wu Xie looked at his companions. They were all pale. They were in a terrible state. Fan Yuan was not restricted here, but they were not. Not only did they have to stabilize their bodies and resist the repulsion and attraction force of the regional wall, they also had to fight against Fan Yuan. They had to use immortal killer moves frequently. The damage to their immortal apertures was unbearable. We have Shadow Sect's remaining resources. It is normal for our battle strength to rise. Fan Yuan's battle strength has also risen so quickly. This speed of improvement is simply unheard of. The 5 of us together are not his match. The more Ing Wu Xie thought, the more he was wary of Fan Yuan. In the depths of this wariness, there was even a trace of fear. That's right, fear. Ing Wu Xie started to feel fear. He had to admit that Fan Yuan was strong, but he was even more fearful of Fan Yuan's growth speed. Bai Xiang, activate! Bai Ningbing, who had been preparing her killer move, suddenly called out as a towering aura rose from her body. Ing Wu Xie was immediately overjoyed. He looked at Bai Ningbing. You finally succeeded! Bai Ningbing's appearance had changed greatly. She had completely changed her appearance. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. She was dressed in ice armor, she had 3 heads and 6 arms, her feet were bare, frost energy was flowing around her, it was as if she was wearing an immortal's robe, she was standing on 2 frost clouds that emitted a faint blue aura. Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang. Fan Yuan, come and fight! Bai Ningbing called out as her speed burst out. She was like a white rainbow that tore through the sky. She had actually changed her defensive stance, she had taken the initiative to attack. Old grudges and new grudges, I will settle them today. Fan Yuan's dragon pupils shrunk, he did not dodge, he directly charged forward. A ray of silver light and a ray of white light crossed each other in midair. The inertia of their speed was too strong, be it by Ningbing or Fan Yuan, they were both sent flying far away. I suffered some light injuries. Fan Yuan lowered his head and saw a long sword mark on the dragon's body. The mark was very shallow, but wherever it went, the dragon's scales were shredded and some parts of the dragon's skin were pierced, causing some dragon blood to seep out. In contrast, Bai Ningbing was in a much more miserable state than Fan Yuan. She had a hole in her head, 3 of her arms were destroyed, and almost half of her body was gone. But she did not lose any blood, the frost energy continued to spread, and she recovered in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was rumored to be undying and indestructible. Even if there is only a fingernail-sized remnant left, it can instantly regenerate and recover to its original state. Because after forming Bai Xiang, it is no longer a body of flesh and blood, but a special life form. Ying Wuxia was very excited. As expected, in the following battles, Bai Ningbing's performance was as Ying Wuxia had predicted. Even though she was not Fan Yuan's match every time they fought, she was still able to defeat him. But with Bai Xiang's characteristics, she could instantly recover to her original state. Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan's battle attracted most of Fan Yuan's firepower. The battle continued. Fan Yuan felt tired. After all, he had a body of flesh and blood, but Bai Ningbing was still full of energy. Just as Fan Yuan was about to give up on Bai Ningbing and focus on Ying Wuxia and the rest. The time is here! Ying Wuxia suddenly shouted. The aura of countless goo worms burst out from his body. He looked at Fan Yuan and called out. Chapter 1266. Fan Yuan heard Ying Wuxia shout lead soul into dream and was shocked. Lead soul into dream was a dream path immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful and rarely seen in the world. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream made Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fall asleep and fall into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. Fan Yuan was even hit by this move during the Battle of Etian Mountain. If not for Providence's backup plan, he would have died on the spot. In the current environment, Dream Path Immortal Goo were extremely rare, not to mention Dream Path killer moves. One move to dominate the world, against lead soul into dream, Goo Immortals basically had no way to counter or defend themselves. Fan Yuan was no exception. Even though he had unraveled dream, he also had the sovereign immortal body. In the face of lead soul into dreams, even if one were to sink into the dream for an instant, there was a chance that they would fail and die in the ever-changing battlefield. Fan Yuan immediately flew up and retreated. In the process of retreating, a wave of suspicion surged in his heart. Back then, Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream was so powerful because he had many immortal goo and the amplification of the 11th extreme physique. Right now, how many immortal goo did Ying Wuxia have to form lead soul into dream? Fan Yuan did not know the exact number, but Fan Yuan was clear that Ying Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body would definitely lower the power of this move by countless levels. Fan Yuan quickly pulled away from Ying Wuxia and the rest, but he still did not get dragged into the dream realm. Is Ying Wuxia just trying to trick me? This thought had just appeared in Fan Yuan's mind when the scene in front of him changed. In the 500 years of his previous life, southern border, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation. Fan Yuan joined a caravan and became a guard, earning Yuan stone while cultivating. The caravan was in a certain valley when suddenly, 2 groups of people charged out. Kill! Protect the goods! The caravan was shocked, shouts of battle shook the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits, the other side was the caravan transporting the goods. The young Fan Yuan was mixed in the caravan, he gritted his teeth and showed panic on his face. This is a dream. I'm in a dream! The confusion from entering the dream realm quickly dissipated. After Fa Yuan understood, he immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. But at this moment, he inexplicably escaped from the dream and returned to reality. The sword flood dragon was still in the world wall. What's going on? Just as Fan Yuan had this doubt, his vision changed again. He found himself being pulled into a dream again. The dream continued from the previous scene. In the mountain valley, the righteous and demonic sides were locked in a stalemate. Strange, there shouldn't be bandits living here. The young master of the caravan looked down from above and felt puzzled. The manager of the caravan beside him, who was presiding over the defense, echoed. Yes, this is an old trade route. I don't know where this group of bandits came from. It's very strange. The young master snorted. The strongest demonic goo masters here are only rank 2, our defense is impregnable, we are not afraid of them. Young master is right. I guarantee these bandits will not be able to return. The caravan manager laughed sinisterly. Right at this time, a rumbling sound came from above their heads. The young master and the caravan manager looked up. With this look, everyone in the caravan turned pale with fright. They saw countless boulders rolling down from the top of the mountain valley. The caravan was at the base of the mountain wall, the boulders were rolling down, the attack was not inferior to a rank 2 goo master's attack. Above the mountain wall, there were countless figures stacked on top of each other. These were all mortals, but because of their meticulous planning and correct tactics, they could display the battle strength of a rank 2 goo master. Quick, retreat! The young master's face turned pale. It's too late. The caravan manager cried out miserably. Countless boulders fell on the caravan goo master's heads, the caravan suffered heavy casualties, and the demonic side's morale rose. Damn it! Fan Yuan shook his head, leaving the dream realm again. This is indeed lead soul into dream, but its power is not complete. It can let me enter the dream realm from time to time, but it cannot make me immersed in it. But it is enough to pose a huge threat to me. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Ing Wu Xie and the rest looked around vigilantly, but after waiting for a while, they still did not see Fan Yuan appear, and there were no attacks coming. He retreated? He Lulan asked in disbelief. Bai Ningbing did not speak, she looked at Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie sighed. Sigh, such a pity. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Ing Wu Xie had secretly rebuilt the immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream. In Eastern Sea, Ing Wu Xie had helped He Lulan, tied by Yinxing and the rest to add immortal goo, he naturally had more gains. But until now, he had only barely formed the killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Originally, Ing Wu Xie had planned to use Lead Soul into Dream when Fan Yuan activated his trump card. But Fan Yuan did not make a move. As long as Fan Yuan tried to activate his trump card, he would need a long time to prepare. Ing Wu Xie would have the chance to make a move. If Fan Yuan was hit by Lead Soul into Dream and fell into a dream realm, even if it was only for an instant, the immortal killer move's activation would fail. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the damage the goo immortal would suffer if the activation failed. Undeniably, if Fan Yuan fell into a dream realm while activating that trump card, the activation would fail and he would suffer heavy injuries. Ing Wu Xie explained in detail. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the rest felt it was a pity. However, in that situation, Ing Wu Xie had no choice but to make a move. If he did not make a move, Fan Yuan's attack would succeed, it would cause a qualitative change, the battle would be tilted to one side, and Ing Wu Xie and the rest would die here. Ing Wu Xie's judgment towards the situation was very sharp and accurate. Now it seems that Fan Yuan will not attack for the time being. Let's go. Lead Soul into Dream is not complete, its effect will weaken as time passes. Ing Wu Xie ordered, the 5 immortals continued their journey. But not long after, Fan Yuan attacked again. After a while, The dream realm's interference towards him became smaller and smaller. Fan Yuan was not willing to let Ying Wuxie and the rest escape from under his nose. He immediately chased after them. Tai Bai Yunxing was still unconscious. The four immortals were entangled by Fan Yuan. It was already difficult for them to move through the regional wall. With Fan Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. "Be careful!" A familiar voice came from behind Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not have time to react. He only heard a loud sound as stone fragments fell from above, smashing onto Fan Yuan's head. "Uncle Big Beard, you saved my life, thank you!" Fan Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard not far away. He immediately reacted. Earlier, he was almost hit by a falling boulder. Thankfully, Uncle Big Beard moved and destroyed the boulder, saving his life. "Lad, don't fight, protect yourself," Uncle Big Beard said. Right at this time, at the center of the caravan, the steward's scream could be heard. Someone come, protect young master!" Unknowingly, 2 rank 3 demonic path Gu masters had already barged into the center, attacking the caravan's owner, the young master who had once humiliated Fan Yuan. The young master was in dire straits, danger was everywhere, the righteous path Gu masters were on tenterhooks. "You stay here, I'll go support you," the bearded uncle said and hurried off. Dream realms attacked again and again. Fan Yuan did not have a good time either. The Dream Realm's attack greatly affected his performance. He could only display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But in terms of battle situation, it was even more disadvantageous to Ying Wuxie and the rest. From the battle, they could clearly feel that Fan Yuan was getting less and less affected by the Dream Realm. Meanwhile, Ying Wuxie and the rest had yet to leave the regional wall. "You guys leave, I will deal with him." At the crucial moment, Serene stood up. Immortal killer move, earth sealing border. A horrifying cracking sound came from all over his body, and there were cracks all over his body from the inside out. At the same time, with him as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li of space underwent a mystical change, becoming one, separated from the surrounding space. Fan Yuan wanted to retreat, but the Dream Realm attacked at the crucial moment, causing him to lose the chance and get trapped within the range of the killer move. Fan Yuan breathed out dragon breath. The sword-light dragon breath had not even flown 5 to 6 steps before it vanished. Chapter 1267. "You are courting death!" Dragon eyes stared at Serene. Fan Yuan was slightly angry. Serene raised his head and looked at Fan Yuan, shouting, "Master, leave quickly! Leave quickly! Serene, I will remember your loyalty." Ying Wuxie took a deep look at Serene before turning around and leaving. He led the other 2 immortals and quickly retreated. Because Fan Yuan was desperately entangled by Serene, this time, Ying Wuxie and the others successfully walked out of the Licorice regional wall and officially entered Northern Plains. The moment they stepped into the grassland, Ying Wuxie immediately called out Tai Bai Yunxing from his immortal aperture. The latter had already woken up from unconsciousness, but his injuries were still very severe and his life was still in danger. Combining the power of the 4 immortals, they immediately activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and instantly disappeared. In the Dream Realm, the battle was already over. The demonic path bandits who launched the sneak attack had all lost their lives, none survived. The caravan was not much better off. There were heavy casualties. Corpses were everywhere in the valley and blood flowed everywhere. "Uncle Big Beard, pull yourself together! Quickly wake up!" The young Fan Yuan was lying beside the big bearded Gu master, looking at the terrifying injuries on his body with a panicked expression. "Someone come quickly! Someone come and save him!" Fan Yuan shouted with a hoarse voice. But no one came. Fan Yuan quickly ran to the young master. "Young master, Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, he is about to die, quickly save him." "He can't be saved, the injuries are not the main point. The main point is that he was hit by that poison goo, we can't save him." The young master shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No, you have a way. Aren't you also hit by the same poison goo?" Fan Yuan said. The young master's expression sank. "You want me to waste my precious goo worm for an outsider?" Do you know this healing goo worm can only be used a limited number of times? But Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, young master. Fan Yuan argued. Even if he doesn't save me, I have the guards that my father has secretly arranged for me to protect myself. The young master sneered, waving his hand at Fan Yuan. Get lost, how can my healing goo be used on a small fry like you? Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at the young master. He clenched his fists and stood still. Do you want to die? The young man's face was filled with anger. Fan Yuan. At this time, the bearded goo master woke up and called out softly. Fan Yuan shuddered. He quickly turned around and ran to the bearded man. Bearded uncle, you're awake! Fan Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Don't go against the young master. The one who will suffer is you. Don't force it. How can such a precious healing goo be used on small fry like us? The bearded man said this and laughed at himself. But, uncle, your injuries. Fan Yuan was very sad, choking with sobs. Plop. With a soft sound, Shernu knelt on the ground powerlessly. He looked at the sword dragon floating in front of him and laughed. I succeeded. Master and the rest successfully retreated, haha. Shadow sect is undefeated, long live spectral soul. Fan Yuan stretched out his dragon claw and crushed him. Releasing the dragon claw, stone fragments and fragments scattered on the ground. How could one distinguish Shernu's original appearance? Die then die, what are you shouting for? Fan Yuan sneered and picked up the most crucial piece from the pile of stones. Then he flew out of the Licorice regional wall and returned to Northern Plains. He threw the crucial stone on the ground. Immediately, the immortal aperture inside started to absorb Northern Plains heaven and earth chi and started to form the immortal aperture, forming a blessed land. Fan Yuan did not wait. Instead, he activated the immortal killer move Chi Lux sensation and searched for the location of Wu Xie and the rest. With this investigation, Fan Yuan immediately found that Wu Xie and the rest were already very far away from him. Humph! Did he use that ancient battle formation from before? But what does that matter? You will all die in my hands sooner or later. But this location seems to be inside Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Fan Yuan returned to his human form and frowned slightly. He was naturally familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow giant city was buried there, but no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Wu Xie and the rest to investigate after entering it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters is being attacked, while Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has been hiding in Earth Trench without being discovered. It seems that Wu Xie and the rest will rise again. This was inevitable. There were cultivation resources in Dark Flow Giant City, as well as various immortal goo that were originally in the hands of Northern Plains immortal zombies. But Shernu was already dead and they were all injured. In the following battles, even if they were in Northern Plains and not inside the regional wall, Fan Yuan would still have the advantage. Shernu's immortal aperture had already formed. Fan Yuan entered and found that he could not subdue the land spirit. He was only an Earth Path Master and not a Grand Master. He could not annex the rank 7 blessed land. He could only give up for now. In the dream, hearing that there was a type of herb that could alleviate the poison in Goo Master Big Beard, the young Fan Yuan chose to secretly leave the group and climb the mountain walls at night, picking the herbs that grew there. The mountain winds were cold, his limbs felt cold. The mountain walls were steep. If he fell down carelessly, he would die a horrible death. I must pick the herb and heal Uncle Big Beard. He saved my life, how can I not repay this debt? Persevere, Fan Yuan, don't be afraid, huff huff. Breathing roughly, Fan Yuan stretched out his hand with difficulty. After some effort, he finally found a herb. At daybreak, he carried a basket full of herbs. His clothes were tattered as he returned to the camp in a sorry state. All right, this dream realm is finally over. Fan Yuan woke up from the dream. At this point, he had finally gotten rid of the dream realm's entanglement. He had completely recovered. This dream realm was not without benefits. The number of dream path goo materials inside was beyond Fan Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, Fan Yuan was carrying a basket full of herbs. They were all dream path goo materials. If I was dreaming, I would not have such huge gains. Don't tell me, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream, although it can be used to attack, is actually a killer move for picking dream path goo materials? Fan Yuan flew as he guessed. Without the dream realm's disturbance, he started to chase after Ing Wuxia again. Even if Ing Wuxia escaped to the ends of the world, Fan Yuan was going to kill this threat while it was still in its infancy. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lian Yun, don't activate Love Immortal Goo anymore. You have already paid the price, you can no longer make a sound. If you activate it so frequently, who knows what kind of price you will have to pay next time? Shi Jingyi urged. Zhao Lianyin shook her head, her gaze was firm. Earlier, in the dangerous battle with Zhao Dinyo, Love Immortal Goo had displayed its power. But this time, Love Immortal Goo did not devour immortal essence, instead, it took something from Zhao Lianyin as the price. That thing was Zhao Lianyun's voice. After the intense battle, Zhao Lianyun could no longer make any sound. Even if she was a mute, she could not make any sounds. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save him. I cannot watch from the sidelines and wait here. So what if there is no sound? I can continue to communicate with you through goo worms, it is no big deal. It's no big deal. Zhao Lianyun transmitted to Shi Jingyi. Shi Jingyi sighed. He could not persuade her any further, he could only let Zhao Lianyun do what she wanted. But this time, no matter how Zhao Lianyun called out, Love Immortal Goo did not move, there were no signs of activation. Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to leave the 12th peak with Shi Jingyi. Once they left this range, Zhao Lianyun was sent to another peak, separated from Shi Jingyi. Different from before, there were sounds of intense battle coming from this peak. Who is fighting here? It should be one of you Yi Zi, Bujin Zi, or Mu Ling Lan. Zhao Lianyun was surprised and happy, she quickly ran up the mountain. She climbed all the way, and soon, she reached the palace at the peak. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. In the Crimson Palace, a beautiful young Goo Immortal was engaged in a fierce battle with a Snowy Mountain Goo Immortal. It was Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yui Yi Zi. Yui Yi Zi, hold on, I am here to support you. Zhao Lianyun transmitted. Yui Yi Zi was overjoyed, she quickly replied. Be careful, this is a true blood path demonic immortal. Chapter 1268. Blood Path Goo Immortal. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as the characteristics of Blood Path, all Blood Path cultivators in the 5 regions were judged as demonic path members. Previously, when Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe formed an alliance to deal with the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du's side could have attracted a strong ally. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du immediately rejected him without any hesitation. That was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. Once he got involved with Blood Path, he would be classified as demonic path. Chu Du's efforts would go to waste. But Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the gathering place of Northern Plains demonic path Goo Immortals. It was not a clan or a sect. Be it a clan or a sect, they all had the characteristics of nurturing members, they all had mortal members. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a union of benefits. After Zhao Lianyun left the 12th Snowy Peak, he arrived at the 10th Snowy Peak. The one guarding this place was a demonic path Goo Immortal. His name was Zhao Pu. He wore hemp clothes and cloth shoes, he was bald and had an ordinary face, he was neither tall nor short. He stood at the center of the hall, while Yui Yi Zi retreated until he reached the edge of the hall. The latter was bathed in blood, his injuries were terrifying. When Zhao Lianyun saw her companion, she almost couldn't recognize him. Yui Yi Zi was a delicate youth with a beautiful appearance, but at this moment, he looked like he had just rolled around in a sea of blood and was fished out of it by someone. This Goo Immortal's other abilities are ordinary, but he has a very powerful Blood Path Immortal killer move. When it is activated, blood will splatter all over his body, then it will turn into a torrent of blood that shoots out. Once the torrent of blood touches the skin, it will be a hit. After that, blood will flow non-stop, and as time passes, the bleeding situation will worsen. You must be careful. Yue Yizi had been fighting bitterly. He quickly warned Zhao Lianyun upon seeing him. I got it. Rest up first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyun stepped forward. Good, another one came to die. Zhao Pu stood in place, unmoving, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed viciously, revealing his ghastly, sharp teeth. Instantly, a devilish, murderous aura surged out. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Zhao Lianyun had been brewing for a long time. At this moment, a large number of goo worm auras surged in her body. As her immortal essence was expended, a silver light membrane covered her entire body. Walla! A series of sounds of chains colliding rang out from the silver membrane. Then, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light film. The 6 chains shone with a bright silver light and were extremely agile. They flew around Zhao Lianyun's body in circles, forming a solid defense. Zhao Lianyun had gone through a lot of special training. Not long ago, he had fought a death battle with Zhao Dainyu. It was as if he had been reborn. Every move he made during the battle had a decisive and murderous aura. He was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. The 10th Peak Lord Bloodpath Demonic Immortal Zhao Pu watched as Zhao Lianyun activated his killer move, but did not stop him. It was as if he did not care and allowed Zhao Lianyun to do as he pleased. Zhao Lianyun saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain! Another batch of immortal essence was expended. Above Zhao Lianyun's head, at the high ceiling of the hall, a deep blue color suddenly appeared. Swoosh, 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 countless meteors shot out from this deep blue color, raining down from the sky. It was like a huge army shooting arrows at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. These meteors were very small, they were like countless hidden weapons. Once they were shot out, they had a grand momentum and rained down like a storm. There was no way to avoid them. If Zhao Pu did not move, he would be turned into a sieve by these tiny meteors. He did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that protected Zhao Pu. The meteors were completely blocked by the blood cloud. The blood cloud shrunk at a visible rate. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground. His body turned into a red line as he shot towards Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's mind shook. He subconsciously took a step back. Meanwhile, the silver chains around her had already moved before her. One of them shot towards Zhao Pu like a dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged. He moved away from this direction and chose another direction. But almost at the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction. After doing this several times, Zhao Pu was surprised to find that these silver chains could attack on their own. They could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Not only were individual chains very agile, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is not bad. Zhao Pu's attacks were useless. He did not try anymore. He retreated some distance and used his methods again to replenish the thinning blood cloud above his head. This was only natural. Zhao Lianyun had many immortal killer moves. These methods were specially chosen by Spirit Affinity House and even Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyun. They were especially suitable for beginners like Zhao Lianyun. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, even if they failed, the backlash would not be huge, and most importantly, the killer moves themselves were very outstanding. Above his head, the meteors were still falling down. Zhao Pu continued to replenish the blood cloud above his head. Yue Yizi was hiding at the side, healing himself. Zhao Lianyun did not reply. She silently continued to prepare her third immortal killer move. But she was most familiar with the first 2 killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain. This third move was slightly more complicated than the first 2. During normal training, Zhao Lianyun only needed to spend some effort to activate it. But in actual combat, she found that it took much more effort. Although she had the protection of life-locking silver chain now, and the environment was relatively safe, similar to training, her mental state was very different. she had tried many times and ended up making mistakes. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know that immortal killer moves cannot be used casually? The more you use them, the higher the chance of your weakness being exposed. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu laughed sinisterly, pouncing forward again. But this time, when he was halfway there, his mouth was wide open. Ha! A huge explosion suddenly burst out, and Zhao Lianyan immediately felt the blood in her body shake violently. In Zhao Lianyan's phantom aperture, a small portion of the goo worms that had just flown up were disrupted and fell down again. Among them, many mortal goo were lost. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but he had a sound path method. Zhao Lianyan was caught off guard, even Yue Yizi's healing was disrupted. Like this, Zhao Pu surrounded Zhao Lianyan and attacked. Life-locking silver chain protected Zhao Lianyan's safety. But Zhao Lianyan did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move. She was disrupted by Zhao Pu in all sorts of ways. Zhao Lianyan was filled with helplessness, she thought. This opponent is like Yue Yizi said, his other methods are ordinary. He cannot break my life-locking silver chain. But he is very difficult to deal with. He has all sorts of methods. My killer moves have failed time and time again. No, I need to persevere. Zhao Lianyan was determined. She continued to try activating her immortal killer move. Maybe because she had been disrupted too many times and failed too many times, her willpower was tempered and her conviction was firm. Finally, at one point, her eyes shined with a piercing light. Next, Zhao Lianyan stretched out her right hand. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of fire from her right palm. The fire stopped in Zhao Lianyan's palm. It was a fireball at first, floating above her right palm. Next, Zhao Lianyan continued to spit out fire. The fire in her palm started to expand. Strangely, this fire did not expand as a whole, it expanded to the left and right. Soon, Zhao Lianyan had a fire rod in her hand. The fire rod stopped expanding after it reached the length of a grown man's arm. The flames on the rod were burning brightly, but now they started to recede. After a few breaths, the lingering tongues of flame all converged, and the flames condensed into something that looked like a rod made of copper. Zhao Lianyan closed her mouth. She suddenly opened it and shouted sharply, "Cha!" Chapter 1269. The fire rod was hit by the golden light, but it completely absorbed the golden light into the rod. The golden light quickly moved around the fire rod, before stopping at one end of the rod, gradually turning into a sharp spear tip. At this point, the fire rod had completely turned into a red-gold short spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear, activated successfully. Your death is here. Zhao Lianyan let out a breath of turbid air, her face filled with excitement. Her right hand tightly gripped Golden Sun Spear as she slowly raised her arm, aiming at Zhao Pu. She was in high spirits, and her morale was high. Zhao Pu had a solemn expression as he stared at the Golden Sun Spear in Zhao Lianyan's hands, praising. This spear is amazing. Its temperature and radiance are both reserved. Once it explodes, it will definitely cause terrifying damage. But, at this point, he suddenly changed the topic, and his face revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He continued to speak to Zhao Lianyan. Don't you feel that there is something wrong with you now? Only then did Zhao Lianyan feel something warm and salty flowing down the side of her lips. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it lightly, discovering that it was actually blood. Unknowingly, she had started to bleed. This is... Zhao Lianyan's pupils shrunk to pin size, her body shuddered. This is my killer move, blood overflow. He... Zhao Pu laughed heartily. Impossible? You clearly... Zhao Lianyan was just speaking when a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth. Her white teeth were dyed red. Ha ha ha, you want to ask why I don't have any signs of activating the immortal killer move? Actually, I have already activated it, I just changed the method. Zhao Pu laughed. Don't tell me, this is the rumored split move method? Yue Yizi's eyes opened wide as he blurted out. Zhao Pu glanced at him. Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Goo worm nurturing, using, and refining, these three aspects were broad and profound. In terms of gu refinement, there were all kinds of gu refinement methods. In terms of using gu, it was naturally the same. When it came to immortal killer moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For example, Blazing Heaven Demonis combo. She could use 2 or more kinds of fire path immortal killer moves consecutively to achieve even stronger effects. Another example was Fan Yuan's mastery of changing moves. The myriad self of the enslavement and power style was able to summon a large number of strength path phantoms to fight. But after changing moves, Fan Yuan had myriad self's first move, strength path giant palm imprint. This move itself was based on the myriad self. However, it could achieve some offensive effects that the myriad self could not achieve. But now, Zhao Pu was using a method of deconstruction. If he directly used Blood Path Immortal Killer move, Blood Flow Exhaustion, the vigilant Zhao Lianyun would discover it and destroy it in advance or evade it. However, Zhao Pu had split this move into several parts, and used them one after another during the fight. When all of these parts were used, they would be able to achieve the power of blood drain. The benefits of doing so were obvious. There was no iconic scene, so people would unknowingly fall into the trap, and it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it! So he had been concealing himself, he had been faking it. On the surface, he attacked repeatedly but did not break my life-locking silver chain's defense, but in truth, he was secretly scheming and achieved his goal. After a while, Zhao Lianyun found that not only was blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, blood was also flowing out of his ears. His eyes were also filled with a faint blood-red color. This caused Zhao Lianyun's vision to become blurry. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. She could not help but think of Yu Yi's appearance. I was still hit in the end. If this continues, won't I end up like Yu Yi? So crafty. Zhao Lianyun's mind was in turmoil. He threw the golden sun spear in his hand at Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared. He was very vigilant against the flamed spear in Zhao Lianyun's hand. The moment Zhao Lianyun shrugged, he had already started to move. The golden sun spear did not have the ability to lock onto the enemy, but its speed was extremely fast. It brushed past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was shocked. The golden sun spear pierced through the hall, directly shooting into the air outside the hall, before exploding with a loud sound. Boundless heat waves spread in all directions, fiercely attacking. The dazzling golden light and the scorching flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon, this sun sphere disappeared. Such power, if it really hit me! Zhao Pu was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were already hit. Sigh. Yu Yi sighed to himself. He walked to Zhao Lianyun's side and started to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyun was somewhat dejected. Her morale was low. She still had too little battle experience. Her mental state was easily affected. This immortal killer move Golden Sun Spear was originally a rare advantage for her, but now she had almost wasted it. Your injuries. Zhao Lianyun worriedly looked at her companion. Yu Yi's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. Zhao Pu laughed. You think I let you rest and heal because I purposely let you go? He. As long as you are hit by this move, unless I personally heal you, ordinary methods are useless. You have tried it yourself, what effect did it have? But I am still a kind person. I will allow you two to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over the immortal goo. I will take you two as slaves and spare your lives. Don't even think about it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, interrupting Zhao Pu's recruitment. Zhao Pu was unaffected. She laughed loudly. The battle is already decided. Do you still not understand the situation? A wise man submits to circumstances. You guys are still young. If you die, everything will be over. If you live, there will still be hope. Yu Yi sneered. I indeed cannot heal my injuries. I can only let more blood flow. But I did not leave empty-handed. I have already deduced clearly. As long as I kill you, our injuries will heal on their own. Zhao Pu's expression changed slightly. He sized up Yu Yi again. Lad, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Yue Yizi was an extremely talented refinement path Gu immortal. His attainment in refinement path was very deep. Even rank 7 Gu immortals often discussed Gu refinement with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yue Yizi was not only skilled in Gu refinement, he was also good at deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were two paths that were close, they could coordinate with each other. Yue Yizi deduced the truth from the wounds on his body and Zhao Pu's various performances. We must kill him before our blood runs dry. If he doesn't die, we will. Yue Yizi transmitted to Zhao Lianyun with a heavy tone. The two of them were indeed forced into a dead end. Only by fearlessly killing their way back and killing their enemies could they obtain the right to survive. Do it! Zhao Lianyun shouted in a low voice. She was even more efficient. Arrogant and conceited fellows, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly, valiantly pouncing forward, fighting one against two. Both sides fought in the hall, exchanging blows. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Life-locking silver chains continued to shoot out. Zhao Pu had a blood cloud above his head and a blood cloud below his feet. After dodging 3 chains, he aimed at the other 3 silver chains and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of dirty blood. 8 refinement gates, 3rd gate, hand gate, open! Yue Yizi took the chance to pounce, his palms slapping towards Zhao Pu from afar. Immediately, 2 dainty palm shadows struck Zhao Pu's back at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan, blood spurting out of his back, covering his injuries. A trace of astonishment flashed past his face, thinking, strange, why did this lad's attack power increase by so much? Yue Yizi might be a refinement path Gu immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to make targeted changes. Especially his immortal killer move 8 refinement gates, it could be modified according to the actual situation, adding some targeted restraining power. Chapter 1270. If someone risked their life, their threat would naturally increase. In contrast, Blood Path demonic immortal Zhao Pu did not want to risk his life. As long as he could stall for time, he could obtain victory. So for a moment, Zhao Pu was being suppressed by Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi. However, Zhao Pu's battle experience was not something the Central Continent immortals could compare to. He was extremely slippery, twisting and turning. Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi were unable to take him down. As time passed, the situation tilted in Zhao Pu's favor. Yue Yizi was the first to weaken. He was hit much earlier than Zhao Lianyun, he received more injuries, and finally fainted from excessive blood loss. Your companion might have died from excessive blood loss, you will be next. You don't have much time left, why aren't you attacking? Zhao Pu smiled. Zhao Lianyun was extremely annoyed. She knew that Zhao Pu was purposely provoking her to disturb her mental state, but she could not calm herself down. She became more and more restless. Her eyes kept bleeding, her vision was blurry and filled with blood. More terrifyingly, not only was she bleeding from her orifices, her entire body was leaking blood from her pores. Damn it, damn it! Intense dizziness kept coming. Zhao Lianyun was already unable to stand steadily. Her body was swaying. Finally, Zhao Pu attacked from afar, sending Zhao Lianyun flying. After landing on the ground, she rolled 3 times before stopping. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun used her hands to support herself. She wanted to get up, but because of excessive blood loss, she had no strength left in her body. She was extremely weak. She couldn't even push herself up from the ground. Everything is over. Zhao Pu crossed her arms, slowly walking in front of Zhao Lianyun. He looked down at her. Blood. It kept flowing out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Soon, a pool of blood formed around her. Zhao Lianyun was lying in a pool of blood. She was completely covered in blood, and even her eyes were bleeding. There were also tears in his eyes. Is it going to end? Here it is. Blood. I'm not afraid at all this time, Hongyun. A scene from the past appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind. And that was during the Imperial Court battle. Zhao Lianyun had lost his father's protection, and he didn't want to become a political bargaining chip and sacrifice himself to marry the Wei family's young master, so he could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. During a battle, Zhao Lianyun was unfortunately shot in the thigh by a stray arrow. Blood flowed like a fountain. "I'm going to die. Ah, it hurts. I'm going to die." Zhao Lianyun lay on the carriage. Howling, tears welled up in his eyes. "Stop arguing, Miss Xiaoyun, you won't die. It's just a small wound." Ma Hongyun skillfully bandaged her wound while comforting her. "Blood, so much blood! Don't you know I'm scared of blood? I've never been so badly injured before." Zhao Lianyun sighed. How can you be so delicate? It's normal for people of northern plains to be injured. Most of the time, scars represent glory and merit," Ma Hongyun said. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. "Do you even know how to comfort people? Sigh, why am I so unlucky?" "Ha!" Ma Hongyun laughed loudly. He used the wrong strength in his hand. Zhao Lianyun cried in pain. "It hurts. Be gentler. Also, what are you laughing at? I'm already so badly injured, but you seem to be happy." Ma Hongyun quickly waved his hand. But he continued to laugh. "I'm not happy, I just feel that Miss Xiaoyun is really cute. Normally, she acts like an elder, making people respect her. The current Miss Yun makes me feel like a younger sister who is even younger than me. You are quite arrogant." Zhao Lianyun was about to explode when Ma Hongyun suddenly placed his hand on her forehead. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. For some reason, she felt warmth in her heart. Ma Hongyun continued. "There is no fever. This is a good thing. Miss Xiaoyun, you can't be so delicate. Just a few injuries. There is nothing wrong with losing some blood. If you shout like this again, people will laugh at you." The memory ended here. "Laugh at me? The current me. I won't let you laugh at me anymore. In order to save you, I really lost all my blood. Thinking about it, it is really strange that I was willing to die for someone. So, even if I die, I am willing to do so." Thoughts flashed in Zhao Lianyun's mind. "Die!" Zhao Pu shouted. He raised his palm and stabbed it down like a knife. A fatal blow. If this strike were to land, it would be able to easily pierce through Zhao Lianyun's head like piercing through tofu. But at this moment, Zhao Lianyun's body suddenly let out a strong light. The light was so dazzling that Zhao Pu could not help but close her eyes and retreat. Why is there such a strong light? Impossible! This aura is so strong! Ah! Zhao Pu could not help but scream. In the light, his whole body could not move. Soon, he was like snow melting under the scorching sun, completely destroyed. At the crucial moment, Love Gu showed its might again, directly killing Zhao Pu. Northern Plains, deep in Earth Trench. "Ingwu Xie, where do you think you can hide?" Fan Yuan's sword dragon form roared in Earth Trench. His voice reverberated in the surroundings, filled with killing intent. Using Qi Luck sensation, Fan Yuan moved quickly and finally arrived at the depths of Earth Trench. In the shadows, a giant city slowly rose up. Ingwu Xie was standing on top of the giant city. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Ingwu Xie spoke, his gaze was calm and his tone plain. "Humph! Sure Nu is dead, with just the four of you and this mortal Gu house?" Fan Yuan sneered. Although Dark Flow Giant City was huge and looked grand, it was only a mortal Gu house and not an immortal Gu house. It was not easy to form an immortal Gu house. Even if Shadow Sect had many immortal Gu, they could not casually raise Dark Flow Giant City into an immortal Gu house. If there was an immortal Gu house, Fan Yuan would feel a lot of wariness. Because the power of an immortal Gu house increased with the amount of immortal essence. Fan Yuan had once used Giant Sun's immortal essence to manipulate graceful chaotic dual stage, which shone brilliantly during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. But Dark Flow Giant City was only a mortal Gu house, it was not a threat to Fan Yuan. "Then what if I join in?" A second figure appeared on top of Dark Flow Giant City. This person was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but was an old acquaintance of Fan Yuan. It was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Langye Sect, Refinement Path Gu Immortal Sixth Hair. Fan Yuan's gaze sank slightly. Fan Yuan did not care about Sixth Hair's battle strength. But Sixth Hair and Fan Yuan were both members of Langye Sect. They were restricted by the Information Path Alliance Agreement. This made it very inconvenient for Fan Yuan to deal with Sixth Hair. If he was careless, he would be punished by the Information Path Alliance Agreement and be heavily injured. However, Fan Yuan had expected Sixth Hair's appearance. Kill! Fan Yuan swung his dragon tail and pounced forward. Dark Flow Giant City retreated rapidly. At the same time, a battlefield killer move rose up and a large number of Iksha octopuses surrounded them. Your identity is enough to make Fan Yuan hesitate in taking action. Stall for time. After a while, we can use omnidirectional travel again. Ing Wuxia patted Sixth Hair's shoulder. Lord, go and rest, I will handle this. Sixth Hair said to Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia nodded, got off the city wall, and disappeared into Dark Flow Giant City. This was a massacre. Even though there were more Yaksha octopuses, they were not Fan Yuan's match. The ancient sword dragon created a storm of blood in the encirclement, rampaging in the battlefield, sweeping everything in its path. Even though Dark Flow Giant City was in sight, Fan Yuan did not dare to recklessly use sword light dragon breath. It would be bad if he killed Sixth Hair. He would suffer instead. Ing Wuxia and the rest might counterattack and he might die here. Even though Ing Wuxia and the rest were at a disadvantage, Fan Yuan was not blindly optimistic. He knew he had the advantage, but it was not enough to suppress them. Especially by Ning Bing, who could transform into Bai Xiang, and Ing Wuxia, who had lead soul into Dream. Even though the former only had rank 6 cultivation level, and the latter's lead soul into Dream was only half-baked. Information Path. When can I not be restricted by this path? Fan Yuan was vexed. Information Path was the pain in his heart. Fan Yuan had tried to work hard, but he lacked some fortuitous encounters. He could not resolve this problem. Chapter 1271. When Fan Yuan killed a wave of Iksha octopuses, a wave of wall-climbing demonic apes appeared. These apes were ferocious beasts of Earth Trench. They were not inferior to the Iksha octopuses. After killing this wave of wall-climbing demonic apes, Fan Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups are likely controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. For example, the Iksha octopuses are likely the rank 7 Immortal Zombie Dragon Commander Yi Chao. The other Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions are all attacked. Only Northern Plains side is protected by Earth Trench. Not just these desolate beasts. With He Lalan's performance earlier, there might be Immortal Gu as well. This way, the battle strength of Ing Wuxia and the rest will need to be reconsidered. However, Immortal Killer moves cannot be grasped in the short term. With just Immortal Gu, there is the disadvantage of conflicting Dao marks. Fan Yuan analyzed the information as he fought. Right at this time, a large group of desolate beast horses charged towards Fan Yuan. These horses were very peculiar. They had a pair of goat horns on their heads. Their bodies were covered in burning charcoal. They breathed out thick smoke from their noses. Their tails and hooves were covered in dark red flames. Dream Path Desolate Beast, Nightmare Demonic Cult. Fan Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing. At this time, there are Nightmare Demonic Cults, and there are so many of them. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Nightmare Demonic Cults were Dream Path Desolate Beasts. They were very common in the 500 years of his previous life. But now, they were extremely rare. Fan Yuan had thought that they had not formed yet. Times were changing, people were changing, the world was also changing. Many Gu materials. They were all extinct, causing Strength Path, Chi Path, and other paths to decline. Similarly, there were also many new Gu materials being created. Dream Path. Paths that were popular in the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, Gu Immortals were researching them. Even though there were some results, they were very small, they could be said to not have any foundation. After 500 years, many Dream Path Gu materials started to appear. Nightmare Demonic Cults were one of them. Thus, Fan Yuan had always thought that nightmare demonic cults did not exist at this time. To think that the nightmare demonic cults before him would make him realize that his estimation was completely wrong. Well done! This bunch of nightmare demon cults. I must have it! Fan Yuan was overjoyed. What did a dream path desolate beast mean? It meant a large number of dream path goo materials. Why had Fan Yuan worked so hard to delve into his dreams? It was to collect dream path goo materials. If he had these nightmare demonic cults, Fan Yuan could use them to refine large numbers of dream path mortal goo, or even dream path immortal goo. He was exploring Southern Border's giant dream realm. Why was Unravel Dream not enough? Every time he used it, he had to be meticulous in his calculations? To put it bluntly, wasn't it because he did not have enough dream path mortal goo? Just Fan Yuan alone. The efficiency of refining dream path mortal goo was too low. These nightmare devil cults are all mine! Fan Yuan used his methods to capture these nightmare demonic cults. After transforming into the ancient sword serpent, his speed was extremely fast. He moved and pierced through the nightmare demon cult group. No horse could stop him. Fan Yuan tried to knock out the nightmare demon cults and capture them alive in the sovereign immortal aperture to raise them. But on the shadow sect's side, they were clearly prepared. They had set up methods on the nightmare demon cults. Fan Yuan tried hard, but he found that he could not capture these nightmare demon cults alive. At most, he could kill them and take their corpses. But even so, Fan Yuan had great gains. After slaughtering this group of nightmare demon cults, Fan Yuan slaughtered a few more desolate beast groups. There were extraordinary ancient desolate beasts among them. Fan Yuan's battle strength was already at the top of rank 7s, be it the desolate beast groups or the battlefield killer moves. They did not pose any real threat to Fan Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City could not control an endless number of desolate beasts. A moment later, Fan Yuan killed all the beasts. He spent some effort to break the battlefield killer move and destroy half of Dark Flow Giant City. But he still spent a lot of time. Ing Wu Xie and the rest had already retreated. Sixth Hair stayed behind. Just like Shirnu, someone had to stay behind to restrain Fan Yuan. But even though Sixth Hair's cultivation level could not compare to Shirnu, he had a huge advantage. He fearlessly looked at Fan Yuan. Do you dare to kill me? What use is there in killing you? After I kill Ing Wu Xie, I will make you fall into despair and pain. Fan Yuan snickered. His dragon body rose and flew out of Earth Trench. Sixth Hair was left behind with an ashen expression, as well as the tragic Dark Flow Broken City. Northern Plains was vast and vast, even with omnidirectional travel. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was at the extreme northwest of Northern Plains. Omnidirectional travel could not be activated for long. While Ing Wu Xie was rushing to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fan Yuan caught up to them again. Let's see who can help you this time. The ancient sword serpent approached. Lead soul into dream. Ing Wu Xie used an immortal killer move again. Fan Yuan was hit again. This time, the dream realm was unexpectedly deep. He had to use Unravel Dream to break out of the dream realm and return to reality. What's going on? Fan Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. This accident was somewhat out of his expectations, causing him to suffer a small loss. Ing Wu Xie smiled. I sacrificed all those nightmare demonic cults earlier. Do you think this batch of Dream Path immortal materials is so easy to obtain? Let me give you a piece of advice, don't chase after them. If you continue, even with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, you will die. Humph, what a crafty fellow! Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Regardless of Ing Wu Xie's intentions, whether it was a provocation or a provocation, Fan Yuan decided to give up on the chase for now. The dream realm was troubling him at all times. He had to pass all of the dream realms to be free of worries. Undeniably, lead soul into dream was quite a detestable move. Even if Fan Yuan had unraveled dream, he could not touch it in one go. He had to pass all of the dream realms. He entered the dream again. Southern border, early morning. The damp dew and the mountain fog that was as thick as gray clouds made people feel depressed. The caravan did not move forward. In this thick fog and in the mountains, it was easy for problems to occur. The young Fan Yuan was sitting on a simple bed. The bearded Gu master was lying on the bed. He was close to death. He was on the verge of death. Fan Yuan, thank you for your herbs, the bearded Gu master said weakly. Fan Yuan felt terrible internally. He sobbed. Uncle Bearded, you will recover. The bearded Gu master shook his head. How can I not know about my injuries? Don't cry, rascal, crying is useless to us. I was once as young as you, I had the same dream as you. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too low, I ended up like this. Hee hee. This world is too big, we are too small. When I was young, I wanted to become a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was young, I felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When I was young, I felt it was great to become a clan elder. When I was middle-aged, I was exiled by the clan. I found that as long as I could support myself and raise my Gu worms, I would be satisfied. Do you know what I want now? Fan Yuan sobbed. What do you want? I just want a quiet house, to lie down quietly and reminisce about my past until death comes. The bearded Gu master had a self-deprecating expression. Then should I leave? Fan Yuan was at a loss of what to do. Go. Let me be alone. I don't want others to see my pathetic appearance when I die, the bearded Gu master said. Fan Yuan slowly stood up, hesitating as he walked to the door. At this time, the bearded Gu master spoke again. You must have read the legends of Renzu. There is a section about a lowly person walking out of the ordinary abyss. We are all lowly people, we all want to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Sigh, you must persevere, Fan Yuan. Live on, persevere. It is a pity that my Gu were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. Us lowly people have no use crying, no one will listen to us even if we shout, we can only persevere. Persevere until you achieve greatness, leaving the ordinary. Or welcome death. Chapter 1272. We finally won. After a while, Zhao Lianyun climbed up from the pool of blood with difficulty. Her injuries were severe. Her vision was turning black. But fortunately, Zhao Pu was dead, thus the blood drain immortal killer move on Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yi was undone. If it could not be undone, Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yi would die together with Zhao Pu. Huff, huff. On the other side, Yue Yi was breathing heavily, leaning against the wall as he stood up. When he saw Zhao Lianyun, this young Gu immortal was stunned, his expression changed. Lian, fairy Lianyun, your face, no, your body. Yue Yi stared with wide eyes, stuttering, not knowing how to express himself. Zhao Lianyun was puzzled, thinking, what happened to me? She quickly looked down at herself. The first thing she saw was her hands. A pair of old, bony hands. Zhao Lianyun's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that she had unknowingly turned into an old woman. Her back was bent, her body was covered in wrinkles, her eyes were blurry, and her hair was white. How can this be? Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She grabbed a handful of her hair, and easily broke a handful of white hairs in her hand. His originally strong and powerful hair roots had now lost all their strength, and became extremely loose. Yue Yi said, I'm afraid it is the effect of love. Love expended your lifespan to burst out with such power and kill Zhao Pu. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun was dazed, her expression was bewildered. Anyone who was in the prime of their youth would become old. All of a sudden, he became a doddering old man, and his mind would be greatly shaken. That's right. Yue Yi nodded. He quickly consoled. But don't worry. As long as you use lifespan Gu, you will be able to regain your youthful body. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to get lifespan Gu, but you are different, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the sect will definitely give you lifespan Gu as support. Zhao Lianyun did not speak. She had complex emotions in her heart. There was shock, disappointment, and disbelief. Some were at a loss. She was an otherworldly demon, but even before her transmigration, she had never experienced such a state of aging. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lianyun finally recovered. I want to continue forward. It doesn't matter if I'm old and clumsy. Hong Yun is still waiting for me. Through the window, Zhao Lianyun gazed at the first snowy peak in the distance. Her gaze became firm once again. You can't continue. Yu Yizi was shocked. He quickly walked over to Zhao Lianyun's side and grabbed her arm. Love immortal goo is powerful. But it wasn't stable. Perhaps next time, it will still devour your lifespan. This way, you will truly die. Yu Yizi advised. Even if I die, so what? The old granny Zhao Lianyun looked at the young goo immortal Yu Yizi. He smiled faintly. Her smile was not beautiful at all, but Yu Yizi was stunned. Then, Zhao Lianyun gently pulled back his arm. She clearly did not use much strength. However, Yu Yizi felt as if an invisible force was attacking his heart. He involuntarily let go of his arm. Then, he quietly stood on the spot. He looked at Zhao Lianyun's hunched back, walking out of the hall with heavy old steps. This scene was very ordinary, but Yu Yizi felt a strong sense of shock. He even subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's aged figure was deeply engraved in his heart. What kind of spirit is this? For the love of her heart, she is willing to sacrifice herself, not fearing death and destruction. Zhao Lianyun, without you, I would have definitely died in Zhao Pu's hands. Never mind, let me follow you. At most, I will return my life to you. Yu Yizi was not old, his blood was boiling. After making up his mind, he quickly followed Zhao Lianyun's footsteps, following her closely. There was not much immortal essence left in the phantom aperture. Zhao Lianyun was worried that recklessly summoning love immortal goo would directly consume her remaining lifespan. Thus, she chose to walk down the snowy peak. Thus, under the effect of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi separated, and she went to a snowy peak alone. There was still a hall on the peak. It had a quiet atmosphere. There was an intense battle here. Zhao Lianyun slowly walked into the hall, and soon found that the hall was in ruins. There were traces of an intense battle everywhere. It's you, Fairy Lianyun? A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was slightly stunned, but soon recognized that this was the voice of that water-path goo immortal, Mu Linglan. This is the 8th peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I had an intense battle with the peak lord, Xiao Fei Fei, and now we are both heavily injured. Now, let's hide and recuperate as much as we can. You need to be careful, don't fall for her trap. She has an immortal killer move that can cause people to continuously lose their memories. The moment he said that, a mystical light flew out and hit Zhao Lianyun's forehead. Oh no! Mu Linglan quickly shouted. Every time you forget, the relevant memories will appear in your mind. Use immortal goo to defend, don't use any immortal killer moves, that will be even more dangerous. Once you forget the immortal killer move's memories, you will suffer from the backlash of the immortal killer move. Persevere, wait for me to heal, I will have the strength to fight. Zhao Lianyun quickly agreed. She hid in a corner and activated her immortal goo to protect herself, waiting for the killer move to activate. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun felt uneasy. She knew her own situation. She had just become a goo immortal not long ago. Most of her battle experience came from the special training period. If she lost her memories during this period, it would be an extremely huge loss to her. Memories started to surface in her mind. Northern Plains. Ma tribe was defeated and surrendered to He tribe. To think that we could still be alive, Lady Xiao Yun! Ma Hongyun carried Zhao Lianyun and spun around on the spot. Ha! Put me down, you idiot! You big idiot! Zhao Lianyun shouted. Inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. You are really lucky, you can actually become Chang tribe's son-in-law. Ha! Zhao Lianyun patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder. Ma Hongyun chuckled, scratching his head. Lady Xiao Yun, don't worry. You have helped me so much, I will not mistreat you. Zhao Lianyun acknowledged loudly and nodded. Then I will rely on you from now on. She felt strange inwardly. Why do I feel a sense of loss and bitterness? Inside 88 Point Jinyang Tower. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. He, you really have guts, you really have guts. But it is a pity that you met me. Giant suns were revealed thick killing intent. Zhao Lianyan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He screamed inwardly. Damn it, there is such a thing? A transmigrator is an otherworldly demon. This world is too much of a scam. It's over, I am dead this time. I am actually going to die here? But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun stepped forward. He stood in front of Zhao Lianyan. He opened his arms, protecting Zhao Lianyan behind him. Kid, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Suns will raise his voice, his expression turning cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know that she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death. Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyan with all his might. Zhao Lianyan's pupils shrunk, he looked at Ma Hongyun in a daze. Even against Giant Sun's will. Even this fellow can step forward bravely? Why? I am obviously an otherworldly demon, I am not a person of this world. You idiot, you will die. Protecting me will offend Giant Sun's will. That is your ancestor, you idiot. Even He Lolan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyan was filled with killing intent. No. Lady Xiaoyun is innocent, you cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun insisted on his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyan. But Giant Sun ignored Ma Hongyun, and directly attacked Zhao Lianyan. No! Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad. He shouted, in a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyan. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely long. Zhao Lianyan shrunk into Ma Hongyun's embrace, her heart started to beat wildly. An unprecedented sense of security and warmth filled her heart. Along with it, there was also a sense of panic. This panic was not the emotion of her life hanging by a thread, but a wondrous feeling that came from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Lianyan found that at this moment she had fallen hopelessly in love with the idiot Ma Hongyun. In this world there were men who would look at the starry sky for her, cheer with her towards the valley, heal her injuries, and offer flowers for her. But who would give up their lives for her? In this world, even Giant Sun Immortal rejected an otherworldly demon, who would be foolish enough to protect her? Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun! Pieces of memories appeared in Zhao Lianyan's mind. Then, they disappeared one by one. No, don't. Zhao Lianyan's face was covered in tears as she screamed in agony. Xiao Feifei's voice could be heard. He, after being hit by my immortal killer move, your most precious memories will be lost. Do you feel pain? Don't worry, the more you forget, the more relaxed you become, you might even laugh. He. The memories disappeared, a smile appeared on Zhao Lianyan's face. Don't laugh. This is Xiao Feifei's famous sinister killer move in Northern Plains. It can kill people while they are laughing. The longer you laugh, the easier it is for you to die. Mu Linglan quickly transmitted his voice to warn. But Zhao Lianyan seemed to be in a daze, her smile was growing wider and wider. Damn it! Mu Linglan knew he had to make a move. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was an earth-shattering killer move. You actually. Xiao Feifei's position was exposed when he attacked Zhao Lianyan. He was caught off guard and suffered a fatal blow, dying on the spot. Fairy Lianyan, you need to persevere. Mu Linglan quickly rushed over and saved Zhao Lianyan. Zhao Lianyan's smile was still on her face, but her mind had regained clarity. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down from her eyes. Her vision was blurry, her hair was white, she was extremely old, she could only use goo worms to replace her vocal cords. What should I do? I have almost forgotten everything about him. I've even forgotten what he looked like. I only remember his name. I only remember. I love him. Chapter 1273. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the number 1 snowy peak. Again. Lady Wanshou approached Ma Hongyun step by step, holding a lightning ball in her hand. Go ahead. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes indifferently. Lady Wansho snorted coldly. The lightning ball in her hand flew out and fused into Ma Hongyun's chest. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning coiled around Ma Hongyun's body. He gritted his teeth, actually maintaining his consciousness amidst the rampaging lightning. The lightning lasted for a while before ending. Ma Hongyun did not faint. He was covered in sweat, and his face was flushed red. Failed again! Lady Wansho stared in disbelief. How can this be? Something is not right! She had failed countless times in lightning refinement of Ma Hongyun. Although the success rate of refining a rank 8 immortal goo was minuscule, it was too unreasonable to keep getting stuck at this point. Lady Wansho felt like vomiting blood. Especially when she saw that Ma Hongyun had already reached rank 5 peak stage, and because of the repeated lightning refinement failures, there were many lightning path down marks on his body. If Ma Hongyun cultivated lightning path, these down marks would no doubt be of great help to him. I say, aren't you tired of doing this all the time? Why don't you change to another method? I'm already sick of it. Ma Hongyun knew he was going to die. He was very relaxed and teased Lady Wansho. Lady Wansho's eyes shined with a cold light. Ma Hongyun felt an intense pain when this cold light shone on him, assaulting his body and mind. He no longer had the satisfaction from before. He raised his head and screamed, his body twitching non-stop. Lady Wansho was silent. She listened to Ma Hongyun's screams, her eyes shining with a cold light. Ma Hongyun screamed until his throat was hoarse. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Lady Wansho snorted coldly. The cold light in her eyes faded as she showed a pondering expression. Zhao Lianyun's condition is not good anymore. The number of times love immortal goo can unleash its power has become limited. However, Lady Wansho seems to have noticed it. South Desolation Immortal, who was far away in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, knew the situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. At this moment, he was also a little restless. The Central Continent Goo Immortals had not appeared yet. What were they planning? Capturing Love Immortal Goo was Ancestor Giant Sun's plan back then. Now, it is time for us descendants to bring it to a perfect conclusion. Black Extremity, get ready to go! The South Desolation Immortal sent his order to the Longevity Heaven through a channel of information. Within the Longevity Heaven, the 8 extremities were still controlling Calamity Luck Altar to attack 5 Elements Grandmaster. Hearing the order, 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals came out. They were Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. Everyone will be going now. Black Extremity called out. Go early and come back early. Heaven Extremity did not dare to be distracted. Without the 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals, they were helpless against 5 Elements Grandmaster. They could only maintain the current situation and wait for Flood Extremity and Black Extremity to return. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Everything is going according to plan. This way, Love Immortal Goo and Ma Hongyun will return to Longevity Heaven. Central Continent Goo Immortals, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. South Desolation Immortal was muttering in his mind. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The whole of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace shook intensely. It was actually forced to reveal its true form. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. So everything was your doing. Destroy this Heavenly Palace, take revenge for our comrades. In front of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, 2 immortal goo houses appeared. One was filled with the cries of hundreds of birds. It was extremely lively. It was Canary Pavilion. The other was filled with raging winds. It was a tall building. It was wind-sweeping building. Even though the 2 immortal goo houses had imposing auras, they were both damaged. Evidently, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had paid a huge price to escape from the spaceless tunnel. Humph, they finally appeared. South Desolation Immortal snorted coldly. He quickly controlled Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace to defend. Central Continent's 2 immortal goo houses attacked Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace from the front and back. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inside Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, he had no intention of attacking. He had been sitting here for countless years. He only had the strength to attack once. It was to repay someone's kindness. At this moment, Even though Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace was being attacked, he was sitting at the center of the hall with his eyes closed. He was unmoved. Soon, a layer of sweat appeared on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Although Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace was strong, it had a huge weakness. It had to stay here and could not move freely. Once it moved, even if it was just a millimeter of distance, it would destroy the 300,000 years of hard work it had put in here. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace had spent 300,000 years to spread its influence over Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains. Once it moved, it would break. Black Heaven and White Heaven would no longer be affected. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace was like a huge protective umbrella, firmly protecting Northern Plains. This was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the sake of his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's efforts just because he was attacked? He could only choose to resist. Central Continent's side came prepared. Their attacks burst out and actually suppressed Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Yao Huang, come and control this immortal goo house. Help me fight the enemy, South Desolation Immortal said. The Medicine Sovereign hurriedly replied and lent a helping hand. With a second rank 8 goo immortal controlling the immortal goo house, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal had a puzzled expression. Strange, why did the Central Continent goo immortals' attacks suddenly fall? Also, they seem to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. What I am most concerned about is, there are clearly 3 immortal goo houses, but where did the strongest Edge Link camp go? Did it get destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. So Edge Link Camp actually appeared in the sky above Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven had already infiltrated Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, thus South Desolation Immortal knew the situation inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. Boom! Another loud sound, followed by intense tremors that spread rapidly. The 12 snowy peaks of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were shaking intensely. Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp's power was huge, because this Immortal Goo House had 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals. One was Wei Ling Yang, the other was Bai Chen Tian. Meanwhile, Myriad Tidal Dragon was controlling Wind's Sweeping Building, taking care of Canary Pavilion and Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Edge Link Camp was very powerful. Even in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it resisted the power of the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, firmly hovering in the sky like a nail. We are saved. Reinforcements are finally here. Why is there only one Edge Link Camp? Where are the other 2? The 5 Central Continent Goo Immortals who were scattered on the snowy peaks looked up, their morale surging when they saw Edge Link Camp. Edge Link Camp also discovered these 5 Goo Immortals, especially Zhao Lianyun who had Love Immortal Goo. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Qing Tian naturally wanted to save their companions. However, the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation was not just for show. Edge Link Camp wanted to dive down, but it was obstructed by a strong formless force. The Super Goo formation here is not simple, it actually uses Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is actually in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands. But this Goo formation is built on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The Blessed Land is the foundation of the Goo formation. If we cannot deal with the Goo formation, we can directly destroy Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and destroy its foundation. That way, this Goo formation will collapse on its own. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Qing Tian discussed for a while before deciding on their battle plan. Bam bam bam! Edge Link Camp burst forth with a fierce offensive. The giant horn silhouettes were unceasing, constantly bombarding various parts of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, causing extremely violent tremors. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land welcomed an apocalyptic scene. Avalanches occurred on the snowy peaks, huge ravines appeared on the ground, countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Husband. Lady Wan Shou stood beside old ancestor Shui Hu, temporarily putting down the Goo refinement with a worried expression. Wife, if this immortal Goo house is allowed to work, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land will be destroyed sooner or later. By then, this refinement path formation will also be destroyed. Don't worry, what can a mere immortal Goo house do to me? I will teach these meddlesome Central Continent goo immortals a lesson. Old ancestor Shwehu laughed heartily, boldly charging towards Edgelink camp. Both sides fought intensely in the sky. Chapter 1274. Old ancestor Shwehu displayed the battle strength of the number 1 rank 8s in Northern Plains. His might was vast and shook heaven and earth. His aura was boundless, shocking even gods and frightening ghosts. Old ancestor Shwehu is truly worthy of being the number 1 person in Northern Plains. Bai Qingtian lost his temper. An expert's attack was extraordinary. Bai Qingtian and old ancestor Shwehu had just fought for a while, but he knew he was not Shwehu's match. Edgelink camp continued to shake. Under old ancestor Shwehu's tyrannical attacks, it seemed to be unable to bear the burden. It is a pity that old ancestor Shwehu is alone, while we have 2 rank 8 goo immortals. Wei Lingyang sneered, saying to Bai Qingtian, I will leave this to you. Bai Qingtian transmitted, Don't worry, I can hold on. If anything goes wrong, I will call you back. Wei Lingyang used a method to secretly fly out of Edgelink camp. He could not resist the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation alone, but the formation was using most of its strength to protect the foundation of Snowy Mountain blessed land. So Wei Lingyang's pressure was greatly reduced. He was confident he could go to all the snowy peaks with his own methods. Because he was a Rule Path goo immortal. Rule Path had a huge advantage in this aspect. Even though old ancestor Shwehu was stronger than Wei Lingyang, he was inferior in this aspect. But Wei Lingyang had only flown half the way when he was discovered by old ancestor Shwehu's powerful investigative killer move. Where are you going? Old ancestor Shwehu shouted angrily, waving his hand. Immediately, a boundless blizzard started to blow, heaven and earth changed color, all living beings went silent, directly engulfing Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang's plan was thwarted, but he was not discouraged. He continued to change directions, trying to break through old ancestor Shwehu's obstruction, cooperating with Bai Qingtian to split up and attack. Lady Wanshou's body was covered in cold sweat. She did not have the mood to refine goo now. She was paying attention to this crucial battle. If old ancestor Shwehu won, everything would be fine. Even if it was not, they would be safe. If old ancestor Shwehu lost, everything would be over. All their efforts would be for naught. Even though old ancestor Shwehu had great battle strength, Wei Lingyang and Bai Qingtian were rank 8 goo immortals. They had an immortal goo house Edgelink camp. In contrast, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was of limited help to rank 8 goo immortals like old ancestor Shwehu. Wei Lingyang wanted to split his forces for a surprise attack, but this undoubtedly took up a lot of old ancestor Shwehu's energy, making it hard for the latter to display his full strength. If we allow one of the rank 8 goo immortals to attack the snowy peak, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Wanshou had a worried expression. At this moment, the Snowy Mountain blessed land had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Lady Wanshou, I have a way to resolve your current crisis. Right at this time, a message was transmitted to Lady Wanshou's immortal aperture. This is? Lady Wanshou was shocked. Because the goo worm that transmitted the message was the one that Lady Wanshou had kept in her immortal aperture, and had never used before. Many years ago, when Lady Wanshou had just become an immortal. In the cave. So Senior is already here. Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from obtaining this true inheritance. Lady Wanshou felt a surge of aura from this mysterious goo immortal and her heart jumped. But who knew that this mysterious goo immortal would say, Young lady, you are a goo immortal at such a young age, you also know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat, very good. But I cannot obtain this true inheritance. I do not have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me browse through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if something happens, you will need to help someone who can use this information path goo worm to transmit information. Lady Wanshou thought about it for a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice. Because if she did not agree, with just her cultivation level, she might not be able to leave alive. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble. Great. Come, let's set an alliance agreement. The mysterious goo immortal laughed heartily while stroking his beard. This scene of the past rapidly flashed in Lady Wanshou's mind. She immediately responded. May I ask if you also want fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? That goo worm quickly transmitted. Haha, it seems that Lady Wanshou is very sincere towards old ancestor Shui Hu. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions towards you, we only need Lady Wanshou to refine a goo material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to repel these strong enemies of Central Continent. Then invite the esteemed guest in. Lady Wanshou thought about it before nodding. A moment later, a group of 4 goo immortals appeared in front of Lady Wanshou. They were Ying Wu Xie and the others. Hey Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing! Lady Wanshou immediately recognized 2 of them. There was no helping it, 88-point Jinyang Tower had collapsed, the culprits were being chased everywhere. Hey Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had become famous along with Fang Yuan. Right now, seeing these 2 culprits, Lady Wanshou was very surprised. After all, some time ago, the huge superforce He tribe had taken the blame for He Lulan. They were besieged by the Huangjin tribes and were eventually annexed by Bai Zhu tribe. As for Bai Ningbing and Ying Wu Xie, Lady Wanshou naturally did not recognize them. But what made her even more surprised was that these 4 goo immortals were clearly led by the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Ying Wu Xie. I wonder how esteemed guests can help us husband and wife repel the enemy? Lady Wanshou asked. Ying Wu Xie laughed heartily, speaking with composure. Lady Wanshou, I know that the alliance agreement with you back then has already been removed by old ancestors Shui Hu's help. But we have no ill intentions, we have a common enemy, that is these Central Continent goo immortals. We are excellent allies. At this moment you let us in, it shows that you still remember your old relationship, you understand the danger of this situation. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material, everything will be resolved. What immortal material? Give it to me. Lady Wanshou spread out her hands. But Ying Wu Xie shook his head, smiling bitterly. This immortal material is in your immortal aperture. Oh? It is the purple gold rock that old ancestors Shui Hu obtained from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard. Ying Wu Xie answered. Lady Wanshou's pupils shrunk, letting out bright light as she took out an immortal material. It is this? The 4 immortals looked at it. This rock was palm-sized, it was shining with purple gold and had a stone texture. Ying Wu Xie heaved a long sigh. Sigh, it is this rock. So you are members of Shadow Sect. Lady Wanshou exposed the identities of Ying Wu Xie and the others. Ying Wu Xie was not surprised, he nodded and admitted. Fairy, you have good eyes, please help. Lady Wanshou nodded. This way, she and these Shadow Sect goo immortals were indeed enemies of Central Continent's goo immortals. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Moreover, Lady Wanshou took a quick glance at the battle in the sky, before turning her gaze to the purple gold rock in her hand. What kind of immortal material is this? I can't recognize it. After obtaining it, I have asked for guidance several times, but no one knows. I won't hide it from you. I have already tried to refine this purple gold rock, but I failed every time. Ying Wu Xie laughed heartily, his tone carrying some arrogance. That is because this is a special method of my Shadow Sect. Lady Wanshou, you don't know the correct steps and methods, I will teach you one by one, you just have to follow the instructions and you can successfully refine it. An ancient sword dragon rode on the clouds, finally arriving at Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. From the outside world, one could not see the scene inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus, even though there were battles of life and death in the Blessed Land, in the outside world, it was a peaceful scene. They actually entered Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Strange. Fan Yuan could not help but hesitate. He knew that in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, old ancestors Shui Hu had already turned Snowy Mountain Blessed Land into a dangerous place. Ying Wu Xie and the others actually barged in. Was this real or an illusion? Could it be like that time in Eastern Sea, when Ying Wu Xie and the others arranged a method in the goo formation, creating an illusion and deceiving Fan Yuan's Ji-Lux sensation again? If it was real? The implications were too many. Fan Yuan hesitated. Although he had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it was not wise to barge in rashly like this. He decided not to show himself and observe first. Chapter 1275. Shui Hu, take this! Wei Lingyang shouted, pointing at old ancestor Shui Hu with his right hand. Immediately, a majestic beam of light shot towards old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu snorted lightly. He raised his hand and a huge ice wall appeared, blocking the beam of light easily. Following that, old ancestor Shui Hu opened his mouth and breathed out. Balls of cold air flew towards Wei Lingyang like flying axes. Wei Lingyang's expression changed. These flying axes were very troublesome. He had already suffered from them, and most importantly, he did not have any methods to counter them. Without a choice, Wei Lingyang could only fly into the immortal Gu House Edge Link camp and use its powerful defensive ability to protect himself. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, the flying axes followed Wei Lingyang, landing on Edge Link camp one after another. Edge Link camp shook intensely. Large amounts of icy air spread out. Many of the mortal goo that formed the immortal Gu House were frozen to death. Quick, repair the immortal Gu House! Someone is injured, heal him! Activate the immortal Gu House, use offense as defense! The Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu House were in chaos. Wei Lingyang breathed roughly. His right hand had unknowingly turned into a lump of ice. When did I get hit? Even Wei Lingyang was shocked at the injury on his right hand. Old ancestor Shui Hu had countless methods. They were either powerful or sinister. They were hard to defend against. Wei Lingyang was unknowingly hit by old ancestor Shui Hu's move. He suffered a loss. Wei Lingyang tried several methods, but the injury on his right hand showed no signs of improvement. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Qintian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's no big deal, my right hand is only temporarily sealed. I am more worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon. Even though he controls 2 immortal Gu houses and has the help of most of the Central Continent Gu immortals, he is facing Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace and Longevity Heaven. We need to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, then regroup with Myriad Tidal Dragon and retreat to Central Continent. Wei Lingyang's eyes flickered. Central Continent's Gu immortals naturally came prepared. Even though there was an accident in the spaceless tunnel earlier, Central Continent's foundation was still strong enough. After these Central Continent Gu immortals reacted, they faced it head-on and successfully escaped. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to Central Continent's Gu immortals. Dealing with the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace was already very difficult. Now that they had split into 2, as the decision-maker, Wei Lingyang was under a lot of pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. The immortal Gu House Edge Link camp shook continuously. It was forced to retreat. Central Continent's 2 Rank 8 Gu immortals were elites among Rank 8s. To be able to become members of the Celestial Court, they were naturally very powerful. But Northern Plains had the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. Old ancestor Shui, who was publicly recognized as the strongest Rank 8s in Northern Plains. At this moment, he exploded with a stormy attack. Ever since Central Continent fought with old ancestor Shui Hu, they had never gained the upper hand. We can't go on like this. Heal your injuries here and control the immortal Gu House to control the situation. I will go outside to distract old ancestor Shui Hu. Bai Qintian gritted his teeth. Be careful. Wei Lingyang knew that his injuries had not recovered yet. He reminded Bai Qintian. Bai Qintian flew out of Edge Link camp. He quickly used an immortal killer move, turning into a green rainbow that resembled a long bridge in the sky, directly pouncing towards the snowy peak below. Bai Qin Providence was destroying the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Once this formation was destroyed, immortal Gu House Edge Link camp would not be obstructed. It could directly enter and save Zhao Lianyun, or maybe Ma Hongyun. Old ancestor Shui Hu was strong, but he could not stop Edge Link camp's rampage. Don't even think about it. Old ancestor Shui, who had already seen through Central Continent's tactic, he activated an immortal killer move. Countless hailstones fell from the sky. These hailstones were huge, they were like mounds of earth. Bang! 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 They fell down, and the hailstones immediately turned into snow monsters. These snow monsters had desolate beast level battle strength. There were even ancient desolate beast snow monsters among them. They stood on the snowy peak, raising their heads and roaring. Old ancestor Shwe who suddenly breathed in deeply. 2 streams of deep blue frost air that were almost black came out of his nostrils. The cold air dissipated, and immediately a strong blizzard blew in the air. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard, they could even use the blizzard to fly. But Bai Qingtian was greatly restricted. Amazing! Old ancestor Shwe who knows that he cannot use battlefield killer moves in the Gu formation, he actually dismantled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment level has probably reached Great Grandmaster level. Seeing this, be it Bai Qingtian or Wei Lingyang, they were both shaken. At Great Grandmaster level, all sorts of killer moves could be dismantled and used freely. Their understanding of paths was already close to Tao. But what if I join in? Wei Lingyang sneered. At the next moment, he also charged out of Edge Link Camp, entering the Gu formation. The injury on his right hand had already healed. Evidently, he had high attainment in the healing aspect. Old ancestor Shwe whose expression changed slightly. He was facing 2 rank 8 Gu immortals and an immortal Gu house at the same time. He was in a difficult situation. He seemed to be losing control of the battle. After all, he could not destroy the immortal Gu house for now. The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were experts, and most importantly, old ancestors Shwe who had to protect this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not destroy this formation, but rank 8 Gu immortals were different. Bai Qingtian and Wei Lingyang attacked the enemy's weakness. They gradually turned the situation around. They had the initiative. Inside the immortal Gu house, Edge Link Camp, there were a group of rank 7 Gu immortals. They did not seek to make any mistakes. They were like a tortoise shell, old ancestors Shwe who could not kill them easily. Bam bam bam. From time to time, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and buzzed. This was because a small portion of Bai Qingtian's and Wei Lingyang's attacks had escaped old ancestors Shwe whose obstruction and landed on snowy mountain-blessed land. This is great! Come on, masters and fellow immortals of the Middle Continent. Zhao Lianyin and the rest did not need to take risks now. They stood on the snowy peaks and watched with excitement. Looking up at the sky with them were the surviving snowy mountain peak lords. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of worry. This is the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It is truly heaven-shaking and earth-shaking. It is truly terrifying. Because of this formation, the aftermath of the battle between rank 8s did not spread, otherwise, we would have all died. Lord Shwe who might have strong battle strength, but Central Continent scoundrels are extremely crafty. At this rate, the Gu formation will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Meanwhile, on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock had reached the final stage. To think that enshrouding fragrance could actually dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady Wanshou felt like her horizons had been broadened. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using immortal materials to refine immortal materials was a rare method. Moreover, Lady Wanshou found that the essence of this method was actually food path. Food path was very rare. No wonder Lady Wanshou could not do anything to this purple gold rock. The last layer of rock melted away, and a glaring purple light immediately soared into the sky, forcing people to close their eyes. Lady Wanshou narrowed her eyes into slits and could barely make out a figure in the purple light. This figure was small, only the size of an adult's thumb. There were 2 thin purple wings on his back. Mini-Man? Lady Wanshou was slightly stunned, recognizing this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the mini-man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also a glassy purple, and they were exceptionally deep. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out. Rank 8 Gu Immortal! At once, this aura caused the intense battle in the sky of Snowy Mountain blessed land to slow down. Why is another rank 8 Gu immortal here? And it is Northern Plains Aura. Bai Qingtian and Wei Lingyang looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. Greetings to Lord Purple. Ing Wuxia had already led the Gu immortals behind him, respectfully greeting this rank 8 mini-man Gu immortal. Only Bai Ningbing was an exception, she was still standing straight. Chapter 1276. The mini-man Gu immortal pondered for a moment before activating an immortal killer move, shouting, "Expand, expand, expand!" Thereupon, his body started to expand. Soon, he was no different from a normal person. Moreover, the wings on his back also retracted. From his appearance, he looked no different from a normal human. At this point, the Gu immortals present finally saw the true appearance of this mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal. He was an old man with an ordinary appearance. He even gave off a somewhat sloppy feeling. The only distinguishing feature was his purple hair. It was messy and fluffy, like a beggar. Plop. Tai Bai Yunxing's face was covered in tears. He knelt down on both knees. His body was shaking from excitement as he shouted, "Master! Oh! So it is you. I remember that I had once given you a time path true inheritance." The rank 8 Gu immortal smiled, revealing a mouthful of incomplete yellow teeth. "Even though my sex plan succeeded, there were many accidents. The current situation is like this." To stall for time, Ing Wuxia went forward and transmitted many thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. "It is a pity that Providence won by a small margin. But we have not lost all hope yet. Ing Wuxia, you did well, it has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunxing, get up. Now, while I am still conscious, let's join hands with Shui Hu and make these Central Continent Gu immortals stay." The situation was urgent. The purple-haired old man immediately realized that the battle between the rank 8 Gu immortals was the crucial point. He did not hesitate. His body turned into a purple light that shot into the sky. At the next moment, he was in the sky, standing beside old ancestor Shui Hu. "May I know your name?" Old ancestor Shui Hu was not surprised. Lady Wanshou had already used Gu worms to transmit the situation of Shadow Sex Group's appearance to him. With a mysterious helper, old ancestor Shui Hu was excited. "I have many names, but—" The purple-haired old man revealed a deep smile. "Shui Hu, you can call me Zishan Makoto." Immediately, old ancestors Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto worked together to deal with the two Central Continent rank 8s and Edge Link Camp. Zishan Makoto's strength was extremely shocking. Although the number of times he attacked was limited, every time he did, it had the effect of adding the finishing touch. Any ordinary rank 8 would be able to turn the situation around for old ancestor Shui Hu. Not to mention the addition of the unfathomable Zishan Makoto. Even though Wei Lingyang and Bai Qingtian gritted their teeth and fought bitterly, they could not stop the situation from tilting towards Northern Plains. After a dozen rounds, the two of them were actually forced to retreat to Edge Link Camp, unable to resist the combined attacks of old ancestors Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto. The peak leaders raised their arms and cheered upon seeing this. With no Central Continent Gu immortals attacking the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, the result of this battle was clear. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu immortals who were trapped in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were deathly pale. Such a drastic change in the battle situation caused their hopes of survival to become extremely slim. What should they do? Outside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, an ancient sword dragon was hidden in the clouds. Shadow Sect is actually related to Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Bai Xing and Feng Jioga fight in Luopa Valley earlier? Why did they not ask Snowy Mountain for help? Maybe this relationship is not as close as I thought. Chi Luck's sensation told Fan Yuan that Ing Wuxia and the rest were inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They were not far away. Fan Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He continued to wander around, looking for new opportunities. At a certain place 1,000 li away, 2 Gu immortals descended from the sky. They were none other than the Celestial Longevity Plane's Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. "This is the place," Black Extremity said as he activated his Gu worm, causing a huge commotion. The small slope in front of them started to shine with a dazzling light. Flood Extremity realized at once. So you have already set up a goo formation here. Do I need to control the goo formation now? Black Extremity shook his head. Let's enter the formation first. He took a step forward and entered the goo formation. Flood Extremity followed closely behind. Once they entered the goo formation, Flood Extremity's expression changed. He exclaimed, "This goo formation has a grand aura, as expected of someone like Black Extremity who set it up personally. Once it is activated, it will have shocking power." But, towards the end, Flood Extremity's tone became hesitant. "But what?" Black Extremity looked at him with interest. Flood Extremity replied solemnly, "But from what I can tell, this formation seems to be incomplete. It seems to be a lake. Before this, there should have been a sea connected to it." Black Extremity heard this and raised his brows, clapping as he praised. "As expected of a water-path quasi-great grandmaster, you are already half a step into the realm of comprehending new things by analogy." "That's right. This goo formation is only a subformation. There is a main formation that resonates with it." "Then where is the main formation?" Flood Extremity frowned. Before Black Extremity answered, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He realized. "I get it. That main formation is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation." "Indeed." Black Extremity laughed loudly. "I received orders earlier to approach Lady Wanshou as Sun Ming Lu. Eventually, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation to irrigate Reverse Flow River. Even though old ancestor Shui, who is the #1 expert in Northern Plains, he does not know formation path, he did not see through my secret method. Right now, as long as I activate this sub-formation, I can destroy the main formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and bring Reverse Flow River here. Once the goo formation collapses, within the surrounding 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, everyone and everything will be swept away by Reverse Flow River. They will all be brought here." Black Extremity spoke confidently, showing excitement in his eyes. Flood Extremity was shocked. "But if we do that, wouldn't we be sending those 4 rank 8 great experts here as well?" Black Extremity shook his head. "Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. It has an unimaginable amount of Dao marks. As long as they fall into the river, even rank 8 great experts cannot use any goo worms." In the legends of Renzu, Renzu did not use any goo worms in Reverse Flow River. "Then won't we be able to do anything to them?" Flood Extremity was excited. But Black Extremity shook his head. "We are outside Reverse Flow River, but any attacks we use on it will be reflected back. The so-called Reverse Flow River has the word reverse in its name. It naturally deserves its name." Flood Extremity was confused. "If that is the case, how can we save Ma Hongyun and capture Zhao Lianyun?" "Ha!" Black Extremity raised his head and laughed. "You forgot something. This Reverse Flow River is still affected by my fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. When the main formation collapses and Reverse Flow River forms, it will flow towards us. By then, the people in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land will be arranged by me. Like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, they will be at the front of Reverse Flow River. Lady Wanshou and the rest will be at the back. Central Continent's Goo Immortals will be at the back. Those rank 8 Goo Immortals will be at the back." "Amazing!" Flood Extremity's eyes shined brightly. He clapped. "This way, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will definitely struggle to escape from Lady Wanshou and the rest. They will move forward and widen the distance between them and the Goo Immortals behind them. As long as they stay at the front, we will be able to approach them and capture them alive." "But," Flood Extremity frowned, "if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun cannot hold on, they will end up like Renzu. They will be washed away by Reverse Flow River. If that is the case, they will fall behind the other Goo Immortals. Wouldn't that ruin our plan?" Black Extremity smiled bitterly. "This is indeed the biggest flaw in our plan. But thankfully, Reverse Flow River has nothing to do with cultivation level or stamina. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun have an advantage. But this is still too risky." Flood Extremity was not satisfied with this answer. Black Extremity shrugged. Then what do you want a rank 7 goo immortal like me to do? This is already the best method. After all, we are not targeting 1 or 2 rank 7 goo immortals, we are targeting Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and Central Continent's goo immortal experts. There are rank 8 great experts involved, and from the looks of it, there are 4 of them. Flood Extremity was silent, he nodded helplessly. This was indeed the limit of their abilities. Honestly speaking, it was not easy for Black Extremity to do this. Don't worry. We are just a part of it, don't forget, Lord Southern Desolate has already awakened, he definitely has other plans. We just need to focus on our own matters. Black Extremity patted Flood Extremity's shoulder, consoling him. Chapter 1277. Bam bam bam! Giant horn's silhouette shot around in the sky, creating a storm of attacks. Around old ancestor Shui Hu, frost energy overflowed. Surging blue frost flooded Edge Link Camp layer by layer. The 2 Central Continent rank 8s in Edge Link Camp gritted their teeth and endured, while the other goo immortals behind them were busy repairing the immortal goo houses. They were sweating profusely and had panicked expressions. Beside old ancestor Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto's body was emitting a dazzling purple light, illuminating the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Central Continent's side attacked Snowy Mountain, while Zishan Makoto was in charge of defending this blessed land. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. As long as they defended it, Central Continent would definitely fail. What do we do now? Bai Qintian's face showed some panic. At this rate, not only will we not be able to save Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun, we might even lose this immortal goo house and ourselves. As the leader of this operation, Wei Ling Yang's expression was extremely grim. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Central Continent's side. It could even be said that there was no hope at all. According to the Central Continent Goo Immortals battle plan, they were supposed to split into 2 groups. One group would restrain Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, while the other group would save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun before regrouping with the first group and retreating from Northern Plains. But now, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands group could barely protect themselves, while the other group was counting on them to save them. This was Northern Plains, not Central Continent. 3 rank 8s, 3 immortal goo houses, and many goo immortals, but they were still alone. Of course, this was also because the Northern Plains goo immortals came prepared. Central Continent did not know of Giant Sun Immortals' plan back then. Central Continent's heavy attack had a high chance of success according to the sneak attack plan. But as the situation developed, the sneak attack turned into a forceful attack, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's goo immortals fell into such a passive state, they were in grave danger. Wei Ling Yang's mind raced rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth, as if using all his strength, he ordered, "Retreat! Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun." With the appearance of Zishan Makoto, this was beyond the capabilities of Wei Ling Yang and the rest. If it continued to drag on, Zhongzhou's state would suffer a greater loss. Wei Ling Yang decided to retreat immediately, returning to Black Heaven and meeting up with the other 2 immortal goo houses before escaping back to Central Continent. If Edge Link Camp wanted to leave, old ancestors Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto could not stop them even if they worked together. After all, they did not have immortal goo houses. They could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. But, just as Edge Link Camp was about to charge out of this goo formation, a change occurred. The entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook violently. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. What happened? The Blessed Land seems to be collapsing. Zhao Lianyun and the others, as well as the other surviving peak leaders, were all extremely shocked. Rumble. Amidst the violent muffled sounds, the snowy peaks began to collapse. What's going on? Old ancestor Shui Hu also showed shock on his face. The entire formation is collapsing on its own. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with brilliance as he suddenly changed his words. No! This formation. Before he finished speaking, the goo immortals present heard the sound of surging water. In the next moment, surging waves seemed to appear out of thin air, sweeping in all directions. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Reverse Flow River. Oh no, wife! Everything happened too quickly. Old ancestor Shui who wanted to rush back to the first snowy peak, but halfway there, he was submerged by Reverse Flow River. In Reverse Flow River, all goo worms could not be activated. Old ancestor Shui who could not help himself, he was immediately swept away by the river. He was the strongest person here, but even so, there was no need to mention the others. Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp directly disintegrated in the river. The central continent Goo Immortals were swept away like dumplings. Zhao Lianyun and the rest, the other peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Lady Wan Shou, Ying Wu Xie, and Ma Hong Yun were all swept into Reverse Flow River. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had completely collapsed. Only a trace of its frame was left. The winds of assimilation started to form. It's here! Far away, Black Extremity's forehead was bulging with veins. He was controlling the subformation with all his might. He was the culprit behind Snowy Mountain's sudden change. Meanwhile, on the side, Flood Extremity dutifully protected him. Moreover, at the final moment, Flood Extremity even needed to exert himself, using water path methods to collect Reverse Flow River. What? Fan Yuan felt his vision brightening as a huge wave drowned him. Once the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement mother formation crumbled, all the people and objects within 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be engulfed by Reverse Flow River. Fan Yuan was within this range. He would not be spared. In the surging river, Fan Yuan's head popped out. This is Reverse Flow River? He was knowledgeable. After the shock, he immediately recognized the origin of this river. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has Reverse Flow River? No wonder my ancient sword serpent transformation was mysteriously dispelled. This was natural. Inside Reverse Flow River, goo worms could not be used. Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was an immortal killer move. It needed immortal goo and mortal goo to activate. Thus, once Fan Yuan was swept in, all goo worms stopped being used. He returned to his original appearance. Thankfully, I am good at swimming. Fan Yuan moved his limbs as he swam with ease. In front of him, on the vast river, there were many living beings swimming. There were large numbers of wild beasts, trees, flowers, and even rocks. Reverse Flow River's currents were turbulent. There were rocks and trees in the water. They were rampaging and causing chaos in the river. Fan Yuan's heart sank. In this situation, he could not use goo worms. His battle strength fell to rock bottom. He could only rely on his body's defensive strength. Right at this time, Fan Yuan heard a strange sound. He quickly turned around and saw that under the rapid currents, a huge metal tree, the trunk of which was as large as an elephant, was sweeping towards him. Danger! Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He wanted to dodge. But in the turbulent Reverse Flow River, he could not control himself. His speed fell by many times. The metal tree slammed into his waist. Fan Yuan was knocked deep into the river. Next, he frantically swung his limbs, his head emerging from the river. Huff, huff, huff. He breathed heavily, breathing in fresh air. He quickly inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was taken aback by the inspection. Because he had no injuries. There were only some bruises on his waist. But soon, the bruises on his body also disappeared. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. He suddenly realized. Right. My body is not ordinary, it is the sovereign immortal body. In Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan could not use any goo worms, he could only rely on his body. But. Chapter 1278. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain ended, Fan Yuan had tested this body's foundation on the road. He ran on foot, he was agile and fast like a galloping horse. With a light jump, he could reach 10 feet. After jumping from 580 feet and landing on his head, he would feel a numbness in his scalp and a slight dizziness. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, these symptoms would disappear. And he had great strength. He had great endurance. Even after running for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. His 5 senses were also very strong. His dynamic vision was simply too amazing. His vision was very wide. Within 10,000 steps, he could see everything clearly. After the strenuous exercise, his heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. His thinking speed was far beyond mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, he could hold on for a long time. Even Gu immortals could not reach this level with just their physical bodies alone. Not just a metal tree, even if a metal mountain crashed into him, Fan Yuan would still be alive and kicking. This was the quality of the sovereign immortal body. It had nothing to do with Gu worms, it had to do with the Tao marks on his body. In this reverse flow river, I cannot use Gu worms. Others cannot either. But my sovereign immortal body is strong enough. The Tao marks on my body are also extraordinary. The more Fan Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Ing Wu Xie! He swung his limbs and swam forward like a swordfish. The entire reverse flow river was extremely turbulent, but overall, it was being guided by the subformation, flowing in the direction of black extremity and flood extremity. Roar! A multicolored tiger was crawling on a piece of driftwood with its front limbs. Fan Yuan swam towards the tiger. The tiger was unmoved. But Fan Yuan breathed roughly, he lay on the driftwood and rested for a while. This piece of driftwood could not bear the weight of a man and a tiger, it started to sink. The tiger was anxious, it opened its mouth and wanted to bite Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, he stretched out his arms. Pressing on the tiger's head with one hand while clenching his fist with the other, he punched the tiger to death. Thankfully, there are no desolate beasts here. There are only ordinary wild beasts. Even the supreme immortal physique was not enough against wild beasts. The snowy mountain blessed land naturally did not lack desolate beasts. But in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and activate the formation to defend against enemies, snowy mountain blessed land had already modified it. Gu immortals who had desolate beasts kept them in their immortal apertures, otherwise, wouldn't it be stupid to let enemies kill them for no reason? Fan Yuan swam in the reverse flow river, trying to find Ing Wu Xie. The great snow mountain blessed land collapsed, and the reverse flow river surged out. Therefore, Fan Yuan did not know that Zishan Makoto had awakened. In his heart, his imaginary enemy was still old ancestor Xuehu. Based on his initial estimation, he felt that Ing Wu Xie had some connection with the great snow mountain, but it was not a close one. If not, why didn't old ancestor Xuehu help him in the battle of Yitian Mountain? There was nothing wrong with Fan Yuan's analysis and reasoning. However, he lacked information path methods and had too little information. In this situation, even if I encounter old ancestor Xuehu, I can protect myself. Because I cannot use Gu worms in reverse flow river, it is a special environment. Since Ing Wu Xie is related to old ancestor Xuehu, if I miss this chance, they will grow stronger under old ancestor Xuehu's protection. If I miss this chance, I will never be able to kill Ing Wu Xie's group again. With such a thought, Fan Yuan rested for a while before setting off again. Next, he saw Bai Qingtian, a Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal. Fan Yuan was shocked. What happened? A rank 8 Gu immortal, not old ancestor Xuehu, but a Central Continent Gu immortal? Bai Qingtian was in a sorry state. He was lying on the shell of a giant tortoise. He was covered in injuries. These injuries were not from the collision in reverse flow river, they were from the battle earlier. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. His Tao marks conflicted. Once he got injured, it was hard to heal. But in the battle, he was at a disadvantage. How could he have time to heal himself? Thus, after the main formation broke, he was swept away by reverse flow river. He could not use Gu worms, his injuries were delayed. But thankfully, he met a floating tortoise in the river. Using this tortoise, Bai Qingtian finally had a chance to recover. Fan Yuan found Bai Qingtian. Bai Qingtian also found Fan Yuan. But Bai Qingtian did not know Fan Yuan. Because Fan Yuan's current appearance was the sovereign immortal body. As for his original appearance, the celestial court exposed it, it was widely spread in the 5 regions. Even though Bai Qingtian did not know Fan Yuan, he frowned, he was very wary. Because Fan Yuan's aura showed that he was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. This was because of the sovereign immortal body. After passing through the regional walls, Fan Yuan's aura could change freely in the 5 regions. Wherever he went, he would be the Gu immortal of that region. He could blend in perfectly. Who is this person? Snowy Mountain blessed lands peak lords do not have someone like him. But he might have been recruited by old ancestors Shui Hu. Bai Qingtian stood up from the tortoise's back. He looked at Fan Yuan, observing his every move. In Reverse Flow River, even though Bai Qingtian had rank 8 cultivation level, he could not use his Gu worms. His battle strength was limited. Fan Yuan looked at him warily. He did not get too close. Even though Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, if he thought that he was an expert in Reverse Flow River because of this, he would be a fool. Reverse Flow River could not use Gu worms, but his body was unaffected. His down marks could be used. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was very strong because of the down marks on it. Similarly, if a Gu master used Black Boar Gu and gained the strength of a boar, the corresponding strength path down marks would be engraved on this Gu master's body. If this Gu master fell into Reverse Flow River, he could not use Gu worms, but he could still use his body to unleash the strength of a boar. If it were other Gu immortals, how could they not use Gu worms like the Black Boar Gu to carve down marks on their bodies during their long cultivation journey? Of course, that was for sure. No one was a fool. The advantage of these down marks was obvious. Fan Yuan had the advantage of his body, other Gu immortals had it too, just to varying degrees. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they had deep foundations. Fan Yuan did not want to fight Bai Qingtian now. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal? Even though I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal, I have enmity with old ancestor Shui Hu. I saw him refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. I did not want him to succeed, so I hid outside the blessed land to see if there was a chance to destroy it. Are you his Gu refinement assistant? Fan Yuan probed with each sentence. Bai Qingtian's frown eased a little, he replied. Old ancestor Shui Hu is also my enemy. Not long ago, I fought with him in Snowy Mountain blessed land. To think that something unexpected happened. My injuries were caused by old ancestor Shui Hu. Both sides conversed and exchanged some information. Fan Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in Snowy Mountain blessed land. But Bai Qingtian's words were ambiguous. Fan Yuan did not get much information. They did not trust each other yet. Of course. It was just a simple conversation. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Especially in this environment where Gu worms could not be used, both sides were on high alert. Fan Yuan knew that he could not get more information from Bai Qingtian. He chose to leave. He moved away from that wild tortoise. Even when they were conversing, he did not get close, while Bai Qingtian did not invite Fan Yuan to rest on the tortoise's back. Bai Qingtian saw that Fan Yuan was leaving. His expression eased up. But right at this time, a small accident happened. Crack. A soft sound. A fist-sized object was pushed by the river, hitting Fan Yuan's face. This small object was soft like a jellyfish. It stuck to Fan Yuan's forehead. What the hell is this? Fan Yuan was stunned. He wanted to pull it away. But at this time, he heard Bai Qingtian's voice. Be gentle, don't break it. Chapter 1279. Fan Yuan held this jellyfish-like immortal Gu in his hands, inspecting it carefully. At the next moment, his eyes shined. This was an immortal Gu. But Fan Yuan did not know what rank it was. Because in this Reverse Flow River, no Gu worms could be used. These Gu worms that fell into Reverse Flow River were like fossils, sealing themselves, not letting a trace of their aura leak out. This caused Fan Yuan to not care about this jellyfish-like immortal Gu earlier. Only when Bai Qingtian reminded him did Fan Yuan realize. If it were outside, without this Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan would be able to tell from far away that this immortal Gu was an immortal Gu, and what rank it was. As for what the immortal Gu was, that would depend on the Gu immortal's knowledge. This immortal Gu seems to be affection Gu? Fan Yuan's knowledge was broadened. After observing for a while, he guessed this Gu's origin. Wisdom Path had 3 elements: thought, will, and emotion. Since there was love immortal Gu, there was affection immortal goo too. Fan Yuan's guess was right. Bai Qingtian was anxious. Affection goo was very important to Central Continent goo immortals. Why? Because this immortal goo was temporarily added to the immortal goo house edge link camp. Along with it, many other mortal goo were added. This affection immortal goo, along with many mortal goo, gave edge link camp a new ability. It could track the location of love immortal goo. Even if love immortal goo was in an immortal aperture, there was no problem. Precisely so, edge link camp could track it to Snowy Mountain blessed land. Otherwise, back in the spaceless tunnel, when love immortal goo used its power and transported Zhao Lianyun, Yue Zi, Shijing Yi, Bujin Zi, and Mu Linglan, who knew where they went? After adding affection immortal goo and other goo worms, edge link camp could sense love immortal goo's location and track it to Snowy Mountain blessed land. But afterwards, because of fighting against the two rank 8 great experts, old ancestors Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, edge link camp was under immense pressure and was heavily damaged. And before this, after a long and arduous journey and the collapse of the seamless tunnel, edge link camp itself wasn't complete. Thus, when Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation and detonated the main formation, causing Reverse Flow River to flow away, edge link camp was already in a terrible state. This way, the entire immortal goo house collapsed. The goo worms that formed the immortal goo house, be they mortal or immortal, were swept away by the river water. If they were in the outside world, these immortal goo and mortal goo could follow the goo immortal's will and fly into the goo immortal's embrace. But in Reverse Flow River, these goo worms were restricted by this special environment. They were forced to seal themselves and hibernate. No matter how he called them, they were like dead creatures. Affection goo was one of the countless goo worms left behind after the immortal goo house disintegrated. To be precise, he was a very lucky one. Because most of the goo worms would be smashed by the waves in the process of drifting with the current, or crushed by the rocks or giant trees that were constantly crashing into the river. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse Flow River became a graveyard for goo worms. Of course, there were differences in the hardness of goo worms. Most goo worms could be crushed with a pinch. But there were also jade-like, rock-like goo worms that were as hard as jade. And this affection goo was special. Its body was very soft. Even if it was hit, it could survive. Evidently, this was the reason why it was able to survive in Reverse Flow River. But in Fan Yuan's hands, it was not in a good state. Its jellyfish-like body was damaged. There was a huge wound that took up a quarter of affection goo's body. It was quite terrifying. Bai Qingtian's eyes were sharp. Seeing that Fan Yuan wanted to remove this jellyfish-like affection goo, he quickly reminded him. After reminding him, he felt some regret. If he did not remind him, Fan Yuan might just abandon it. But now, Fan Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious he had discovered the truth. Bai Qingtian suppressed the uneasiness in his heart as he cupped his fists at Fan Yuan. "Friend, this goo belongs to Central Continent. Why don't we form a good relationship and give this immortal goo to me? Is that possible?" Fan Yuan squinted. "I can consider your suggestion. But what goo is this?" "I need to know." Bai Qingtian answered. "This is affection goo, a wisdom path goo worm." Wisdom path goo immortals were few in number. Bai Qingtian emphasized affection goo because he felt that Fan Yuan was not a wisdom path goo immortal. Affection goo itself was of little value to most goo immortals. It was tasteless, but a waste to abandon. Why? Goo immortals needed wills as helpers. Be it sect gatherings or jewel yellow skies, all will goo were widely used. But for this, he only needed some mortal level will goo. There was no need to pay a huge price to raise affection immortal goo. After all, they were not wisdom path goo immortals. Their down marks conflicted. When they used immortal goo of other paths, the effect would be lower. At the same time, just raising affection immortal goo could not create any immortal killer moves. Unless they needed affection immortal goo to create immortal killer moves of other paths, or if it had a special effect, goo immortals would not want this immortal goo. Not all immortal goo were popular. Goo immortals had their own paths. Immortal Gu also had their own paths. Gu immortals had rank 6, 7, and 8, Immortal Gu were the same. For Gu immortals, only suitable Immortal Gu had value to them. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, during the Five Regions' chaotic war, Gu immortals often held trading fairs to exchange Immortal Gu. But Bai Qingtian could not imagine that Fan Yuan was the most special one among all the Gu immortals in the world. Firstly, his wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster. If he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, what else could he be? Secondly, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body's down marks did not conflict. He could cultivate any path. Finally, Fan Yuan had been worried about this earlier. He felt that even though he had wisdom path attainment and methods, he lacked wisdom path immortal Gu. Thus, to Fan Yuan, this affection immortal Gu was very important. Thus, he kept affection immortal Gu in his pocket. In this reverse flow river, he could not open his immortal aperture's entrance, he could only carry it with him. Bai Qingtian saw this and his expression sank, his tone became even more anxious. Friend! Put down that immortal Gu, we are not enemies, we can make a deal and take what we need. Chapter 1280. If possible, Fan Yuan wanted to use affection immortal Gu to exchange for other immortal Gu that were more suitable for him. But in reverse flow river, transactions could not be carried out. Because Gu worms could not be used, information path methods could not be used to restrict them from transacting peacefully. Fan Yuan wanted to exchange for other immortal Gu, but Bai Qingtian had no immortal Gu. Because Gu worms were hibernating in reverse flow river, other than the ones in the immortal aperture, even the immortal Gu inside the Gu immortal's body would not respond to any calls. Thus, Bai Qingtian did not have any bargaining chips. Bai Qingtian knew of Fan Yuan's concerns, but was he going to give up on this chance and wait for the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? After Black Extremity's interference, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was gone, Central Continent's Edge Link Camp was gone too. If Central Continent fought again, they would be at an even greater disadvantage. Central Continent's Gu immortals could not even protect themselves. After leaving Reverse Flow River, would they not escape? Thus, they had no chance to transact with Fan Yuan. If they could not transact now, what about in the future? Fan Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, while Bai Qingtian was a Central Continent Gu immortal. They were not from the same place. Even with jewel yellow skies, Central Continent could not control Fan Yuan's situation. What if he transacted with someone else in advance? What if he raised the price and demanded an exorbitant price? There were worse situations. Bai Qingtian was a person who had to think about losing before winning, seeing that he could not get the immortal Gu from Fan Yuan. His killing intent surged. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, even if I cannot use my down marks here. With just my down mark foundation, how can I lose to a Northern Plains rank 7? With such a thought, Bai Qingtian jumped into the river and swam towards Fan Yuan. At this moment, his ill intent was clear. Fan Yuan snickered internally. He attacked Bai Qingtian instead of retreating. Bai Qingtian saw this and was overjoyed. He thought, these Northern Plains Gu immortals sound good, they are battle-hungry by nature. To put it bluntly, they are brainless. The river flowed rapidly, but both sides had extraordinary bodies. They soon encountered each other in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. Fan Yuan raised his fist and punched Bai Qingtian thrice. Bai Qingtian was a woodpath Gu immortal. He had deep breathing and precise vision. He blocked the 3 punches. He was shocked. This person looks so young, but how can he be so strong? Does he specialize in strength path? He felt the arm that he used to block the attack go numb. But while he was shocked, Bai Qingtian did not forget to counterattack with his other hand. Both sides exchanged blows, fists and palms collided, and soon it developed into a close combat. Fan Yuan's entire body was a weapon. Head strikes, knee strikes, elbow strikes, all sorts of attacks were displayed one by one. At first, Bai Qingtian was at a disadvantage, but very quickly, he was not any weaker than Fan Yuan. This was because he had a strong foundation and excellent fighting ability. His basic skills were very solid. It was just that after becoming a Gu immortal, he rarely had the chance to use them. Now that he was in battle, these close combat abilities were coming back to life. As for Fan Yuan, because he became a Gu immortal much earlier than Bai Qingtian, many years ago, he was a mortal Gu master roaming southern border and northern plains. He was very familiar with close combat. The two fought in the river at times, they popped their heads out and breathed in the air, they stopped fighting for now. The current of the reverse flow river was very rapid. In fact, most of their stamina was spent on swimming. They didn't use much of it to fight. And when they fought, the environment was very complex. Because from time to time, some huge trees or wild beasts would float by, forcing them to retreat. After dozens of rounds, they were breathing heavily, they knew they could not do anything to the other. This rank 8 Gu immortal has a strong foundation indeed. I was wondering if I could kill a rank 8 in reverse flow river, but it seems that I was thinking too much. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Bai Qingtian was filled with shock. How can this be? How could this man be on par with me? I had once used grass immortal Gu to increase my strength. I also used the immortal killer move wood armor to carve down marks on my body, allowing me to have a strong defense. I even turned my heart into a wood heart. My blood has turned green, giving me a strong recovery ability. Ignoring these immortal killer moves and immortal Gu, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal. I have passed countless calamities and tribulations. I definitely have more down marks than a rank 7. But why is it that I can only fight to a draw with this person? Bai Qingtian stared at Fan Yuan. He looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan did not have as many down marks as rank 8 Bai Qingtian, but the truth was, his down mark accumulation surpassed many rank 7 Gu immortals. Even though he had just become a rank 7 Gu immortal not long ago. The only thing that could match Bai Qingtian was the sovereign immortal body. The sovereign immortal body was not an ordinary human body, it was created from Gu worms. Be it Bai Qingtian or Wei Lingyang, they were created from humans. But Fan Yuan's body was created from Gu worms. Thus, why was Fan Yuan a complete otherworldly demon? This was one of the reasons. The sovereign immortal body allowed Fan Yuan to make up for the difference in down marks between him and Bai Qingtian. He fought to a draw with Bai Qingtian. Fan Yuan decided to retreat. Even though he did not lose out, his original intention was to get rid of the huge threat that was Ying Wuxia. Earlier, when he fought with Bai Qingtian, he wanted to test his strength, to see if he could kill this rank 8 Gu immortal. But reality told Fan Yuan that he was thinking too much. Since he could not deal with Bai Qingtian, Fan Yuan had to stop. He did not want to waste time with Bai Qingtian, he had not achieved his goal yet. Fan Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qingtian did not allow it. Even though Bai Qingtian could not deal with Fan Yuan, affection immortal Gu was still with Fan Yuan. Even if I cannot win, I need to stall him. If I meet my companions later, we can attack him together. All in all, I cannot let him escape. Damn him! Fan Yuan soon frowned. He wanted to retreat, but Bai Qingtian's stamina and speed did not lose to him. Fan Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qingtian kept blocking him, or harassing him. This affected Fan Yuan's plan greatly. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. Obstructed by the wild beast corpses, Fan Yuan's speed fell slightly. Bai Qingtian used this chance to attack again. Fan Yuan turned around to fight him. Both sides fought in reverse flow river, seeing that it was a draw again. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan reached into his pocket and took out affection immortal Gu, raising it in front of him. Bai Qingtian was about to punch Fan Yuan's abdomen. If this hit, Fan Yuan's aura would be in chaos, he would have to swim to the surface and breathe in fresh air. This was one of the key points in water battles. But Fan Yuan took out affection immortal Gu, blocking Bai Qingtian's fist. Bai Qingtian was shocked. He quickly retracted his fist, exposing a flaw. Fan Yuan snickered internally. Using this flaw, he attacked fiercely. Bai Qingtian lost the initiative. He could only defend and counterattack. But Fan Yuan suddenly raised affection immortal Gu in front of him. Bai Qingtian was wary. He exposed a huge flaw again. With these two flaws, Fan Yuan established his advantage. He kicked Bai Qintian's abdomen. Bai Qintian was kicked, he opened his mouth and breathed out a string of bubbles. His aura was not as long as Fan Yuan's. He changed his strategy. He wanted to escape to the surface of the river. But Fan Yuan would not let him do that. He stretched out his hands like pincers, attacking from both sides, trying to trap Bai Qintian in the river. Bai Qintian suddenly twisted his waist, doing an extremely difficult escape maneuver. His whole body was like a swimming fish, bursting out with strength, causing Fan Yuan's left and right hands to miss. This response, even Fan Yuan could not help but praise it in his heart. Even though Bai Qintian was a Central Continent Gu immortal, his rank 8 foundation had no weaknesses. In terms of water battles, he was slightly superior to Fan Yuan. After all, Fan Yuan had lived in Eastern Sea for 500 years in his previous life. Chapter 1281. Fan Yuan's hands missed. He quickly raised his arms and grabbed with both his hands. His left hand missed, but his right hand grabbed onto Bai Qintian's leg. Bai Qintian's retreat was obstructed. His other leg shot out like a dragon, attacking Fan Yuan's temple quickly and fiercely. This attack was powerful. If it hit, Fan Yuan would feel dizzy. Bai Qintian would not be able to escape. But at this moment, Fan Yuan took out Affection Immortal Gu and raised it in front of him. Bai Qintian was so depressed he wanted to curse, and his legs stopped. Fan Yuan managed to gain some time to react. He suddenly moved his head backwards. His body flipped in the water. Originally, he was like Bai Qintian, his head was above his feet. But now, he grabbed Bai Qintian's leg, his head was above his feet. Bai Qintian saw this and his heart sank. He knew that the situation was bad. This was because Fan Yuan had one hand on his leg, while the other was holding Affection Immortal Gu. He could not attack. But at this moment, in this situation, Fan Yuan had two legs that he could use. In contrast, Bai Qintian's leg was grabbed by Fan Yuan. He could only use his other leg to attack. Bai Qintian was shocked. His empty leg moved in a different direction, like a butterfly. It was extremely agile as it kicked continuously. In Fan Yuan's eyes, a series of leg shadows were formed. But Fan Yuan was not afraid. He waved his legs and created leg shadows as well. The two fought in the river. Their strength collided, creating whirlpools in the water. Every time their legs clashed, there would be muffled bangs in the river. Bai Qintian only had one leg. How could he match Fan Yuan's two legs? During the fight, he was kicked by Fan Yuan frequently. Bai Qintian focused on defense. He felt very annoyed. I am a great rank 8 Gu immortal, to think that I ended up like this. Rascal! As long as I get out of the river and recover, I will teach you a lesson. He waved his arms rapidly, dragging Fan Yuan's body along as he swam towards the surface of the river. However, in the next moment, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. He blocked Bai Qintian's kick with one leg, while his other leg aimed at a certain vital spot and kicked. Oh! Bai Qintian was kicked in the crotch by Fan Yuan. In an instant, his entire face stiffened, his eyes widened, and he almost spat out the last bit of air he had left in his mouth. Bai Qintian was indeed a rank 8 great expert. His endurance was far beyond ordinary people. He forcefully acknowledged him as his master. At the same time, he waved his arms, wanting to swim up and get his head out of the river. Bang! Fan Yuan's kick landed again. Bai Qintian's body trembled. This time, he could not hold it in any more and spat out a string of bubbles. Bang, bang, bang. Fan Yuan took advantage of the moment when his opponent revealed a huge opening. Bai Qintian's face was red, his eyes were bloodshot. He did not want to swim up anymore. He turned around and wanted to fight Fan Yuan to the death. Who wants to fight you to the death? Fan Yuan let go and kicked Bai Qintian away. At the same time, he felt the opposite force and pulled away from Bai Qintian. Bai Qintian broke free. He was stunned for a moment before he gave up on Fan Yuan and struggled towards the surface of the river. Fan Yuan turned around and took the chance to leave Bai Qintian, successfully escaping. Bai Qintian's head came out of the water. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. The pain in his crotch continued to come. The intense pain continued to attack his nerves, making his head feel a little dizzy. This damned guy! If I get a chance, I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Bai Qingtian looked at the river from afar as Fan Yuan swam quickly. The distance between them was increasing, but he could not reach him. After Fan Yuan successfully got away from Bai Qingtian, he slowed down and started to recover his stamina. He felt numbness in his feet. Bai Qingtian's crotch was not easy to kick. With Fan Yuan's immortal body strength, even though he was the one kicking others, his feet felt numb. Evidently, Bai Qingtian had taken care of his crotch's defense. He had many woodpath down marks. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan did not fight Bai Qingtian. He knew that with Bai Qingtian's methods, even if he killed him, he would be heavily injured by Bai Qingtian's retaliation. He might even die together with him. Fan Yuan was not willing to do that. He did not need to fight a rank 8 Gu immortal to the death. After all, he had the sovereign immortal body, he had a bright future. Moreover, his target this time was Ing Wuxie. If he died together with Bai Qingtian, wouldn't Ing Wuxie laugh his head off? Even if Bai Qingtian died and Fan Yuan lived, Fan Yuan would be heavily injured. He would lose the ability to kill Ing Wuxie. Of course, there was another important point. That was, even if he killed Bai Qingtian, Fan Yuan would not gain anything. He could not open his immortal aperture here. Bai Qingtian's corpse was a burden. Fan Yuan could not bring the corpse around. Even if he did, what would he do if he met Ing Wuxie? Even if he did not meet Ing Wuxie, what would he do if he met those Central Continent Gu immortals? A rank 7 Gu immortal killing a rank 8 was indeed an incredible feat and supreme glory. But this glory, in Fan Yuan's eyes, was less than a fart. He continued to swim forward, searching for Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie, is that you? Ing Wuxie heard this voice and turned around, showing joy on his face. Come closer, I will pull you up, he quickly replied. A moment later, Tai Bai Yinxing was pulled onto a huge lotus leaf by Ing Wuxie. This is the leaf of the monarch lotus. It can float on the water. To think that your luck is so good. Tai Bai Yinxing sighed. Ing Wuxie smiled, thinking, I have connect luck with that Fan Yuan. How can my luck be bad? But very quickly, the smile on his face vanished and was replaced by a worried expression. He looked at the river ahead. Reverse Flow River is in a strange situation now. We cannot leave. The urgent matter now is to meet up with Lord Zishan Makoto. We might even be able to get Ma Honyun and Zhao Lianyan, as well as kill that ancient sword dragon that is chasing us. Mentioning Zishan Makoto, Tai Bai Yinxing had a look of reverence on his face. He nodded. Right, let's meet up with Master first. Achoo! Zishan Makoto sneezed loudly. He had a bitter expression as he sighed. Sigh, to think that I would be in such dire straits when I just woke up. Sigh, I am old, my body cannot take it anymore. Just a little bit of cold wind and water will cause me to catch a cold. And under his butt was old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder. Old ancestor Shui Hu was moving his limbs, looking around, trying to find something in Reverse Flow River. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, he snorted coldly. You are clearly enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Why are you complaining? Don't you have a pair of wings? Why don't you fly out of Reverse Flow River? Zishan Makoto had already returned to his original form. Like Fan Yuan, who had turned back into a human from an ancient sword dragon, Zishan Makoto was a mini-man rank 8 Gu immortal. His transformation was only an immortal method. Now that he was in Reverse Flow River, he had to turn back into a mini-man. Precisely so, he could sit on old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder. You think I don't want to fly away? But this Reverse Flow River is being pulled by a huge force. It is very chaotic. I cannot leave the river. Hee, who set up the Gu formation for you? Zishan Makoto asked. Old ancestor Shui Hu's expression was grim. Sun Minglu. Zishan Makoto nodded. It should be him. This is out of my expectations. Old ancestor Shui Hu said. He is actually a member of Longevity Heaven. Old ancestor Shui Hu was astute and decisive. At this moment, it was not hard to guess Sun Minglu's faction. Because Central Continent's Gu immortals were all framed, in the whole of Northern Plains, who had the ability to do such a thing, who had the guts to deal with old ancestors Shui who? Other than Longevity Heaven, there was no one else. Zishan Makoto nodded. Longevity Heaven made a move. They are definitely after Ma Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun is definitely not far behind. They are definitely ahead. I need to find my wife first, old ancestor Shui Hu said. Zishan Makoto patted his shoulder. Then we should swim ahead. Lady Wanshou was beside Ma Hongyun at that time. After being swept away by Reverse Flow River, she is likely to be near Ma Hongyun. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation was shining with a dazzling platinum light. The light shot into the sky. It was like a huge pillar that could not be concealed. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, controlling the Gu formation to guide Reverse Flow River. Meanwhile, Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, guarding against any uninvited guests that were attracted by the light pillar. Chapter 1282. Amazing, this Gu formation can actually control Reverse Flow River. Flood Extremity looked at the pillar of light, praising sincerely. But Black Extremity shook his head. This is not control. I only set up the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It is like digging a river and letting Reverse Flow River flow in it. But we dug the river, we can influence the direction of Reverse Flow River's flow. After we taken this Reverse Flow River, Longevity Heaven will have another secluded domain of heaven and earth. Flood Extremity looked towards the future. Black Extremity instructed again. When we take in Reverse Flow River, the subformation will definitely be broken. You need to pay attention to the timing and direction. Open your immortal aperture's entrance and let Reverse Flow River flow in. You are a water path Gu immortal. You have an advantage in this mission. Flood Extremity felt troubled. What if Reverse Flow River changes course? Is there really no Gu worm in this world that can control Reverse Flow River? Black Extremity frowned slightly. There is indeed none. But that is not entirely true, or rather, there is another possibility. What do you mean? You should know about the legends of Renzu. It states, Renzu sighed, as long as he had that immortal Gu, he could conquer Reverse Flow River. You are talking about immortal Gu perseverance? Impossible, perseverance immortal Gu has never appeared before. In my opinion, that story is only telling us to persevere in our cultivation. We cannot give up easily. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 26, recorded, Renzu's woman, boundless forest samsara, was trapped in ordinary abyss. She became friends with a miniman, who brought boundless forest samsara to look at his home, City Well. After looking at City Well, boundless forest samsara looked at the sky. I understand. Boundless forest samsara looked above her head. She was trapped in ordinary abyss. She was like the mini-man living at the bottom of the well. The mini-man looked at the sky depicted by the well. It was like boundless forest samsara looking at the sky depicted by ordinary abyss. I have decided. I will work hard to leave this abyss and reunite with my father. Boundless forest samsara clenched her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was very happy. Good. I also wanted to leave the ordinary abyss and see a bigger and vaster world. I saw a lot of trees in the abyss. We can cut them down and make ladders. Then we can climb out step by step. Boundless forest samsara was surprised. She looked at the mini-man strangely. Mini-man, don't you have a pair of wings? Why can't we just fly away? The little man smiled bitterly and said, Human, don't be fooled by my pair of wings. They are weak and powerless, and can only carry my body slowly for a short distance. When I first left the city, I had to climb a ladder to get out. So that's the case. Boundless forest samsara realized. In the following days, she and the little man chopped down trees and built ladders. Trees fell one by one. Wisdom Gu flew out. Boundless forest samsara was shocked. Wisdom Gu, why are you here? Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary. Of course I can be here. Wisdom Gu replied. Next, Wisdom Gu said, You are very smart. You know how to use the achievements of your predecessors to help you break away from mediocrity. But if you want to get out of ordinary abyss, each of you will need to build your own ladder and complete the entire process alone. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave. Boundless Forest Samsara quickly nodded. Oh, Wisdom Goo, thank you for your reminder, we will take note. She and the Miniman built their own ladders. The ladders got taller and taller. Soon, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder surpassed the Miniman's. The Miniman's ladder was short and small, the distance between each bar was also short. In comparison, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder was long and tall. Boundless Forest Samsara teased the Miniman. Oh Miniman, the ladder that I spent half a day to build is equivalent to half a month of your effort. If you do this, when will you be able to build a tall ladder that you can use to walk out of ordinary abyss? The Miniman said helplessly. I have no choice. I have already used all my strength, but I spent half a day to carry the wooden strips. You can carry a bundle of them with just one hand. I spent so much effort to cut down a small tree, but you can cut it down in 2 or 3 moves. I have already used all my strength, this is the best I can do. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. It is a pity that we can only build our own ladders. The Miniman said. That's right, we can leave ordinary abyss and rely on the achievements of our predecessors, but we can only rely on ourselves. Let's continue to work hard. Boundless Forest Samsara and the Miniman continued to cut down trees to make ladders. The trees fell one by one, Strength Goo flew out from them. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. Oh Strength Goo, why are you here? Strength is hidden in the ordinary, of course I am here. Strength Goo replied. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and asked. Oh Strength Goo, what can you give me? Like Wisdom Goo. Strength Goo said. I have nothing to give you. But I can give you even greater strength, as long as you give me your youth. Boundless Forest Samsara fell into hesitation. Strength Goo said. With your current strength, when can you build a ladder that is tall enough to walk out of ordinary abyss? Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it. It will take a long time, 20 to 30 years. Strength Goo said. That's right, by then, you will no longer be young, you will be middle-aged. Rather than that, why don't you give me your youth? Even though you will be middle-aged, you will only need a few years to build your ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and nodded. You are right, Strength Goo, I will listen to you. Thus, Boundless Forest Samsara obtained Strength Goo. Her speed of building ladders became faster, she could cut down more trees at once. A year later, she built the ladder to a very, very high place. She walked at the top of the ladder and looked down. She saw that the trees were very small, the grass was green, she was very happy. So when I stand at a high place, the things that were huge usually become very small. It is like when I looked at Citywell. She looked at the Miniman's ladder, it was very short, it was not even 1/100th of her ladder, she pouted. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and said to the Miniman. Why is your ladder so small? Look at how tall it is. The Miniman looked at her ladder with admiration but also helplessness. I am so envious of you, your own strength surpasses mine, now you have Strength Goo to help you. It is a pity that I do not have any helpers, I can only rely on myself. I have already tried my best, other than resting and eating, I spend all my time building my ladder, but I cannot compare to you. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. Of course. Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder even higher. She stood at the top and looked down. The trees had become as small as grass. She couldn't even see things that were smaller than trees clearly. She looked at the Miniman's ladder. Even though it was taller than trees, it was not even 1/1000th of Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and smiled at the Miniman. Miniman, oh Miniman, don't waste your effort. Your strength is too small, even if you spend your entire life, you will not be able to build such a ladder. You might as well use this time to enjoy life. Actually, you are already very outstanding, you are more knowledgeable than those Miniman compatriots, you have already walked out of the marketplace. You might as well enjoy life. The Miniman thought about it seriously before shaking his head. But I am not satisfied with being ordinary. When I am not satisfied with being ordinary is like an abyss to me, I want to walk out of it. Even if I do not succeed, I want to work hard. Because if I do not work hard, I will feel like I am not happy. Thus, the mini-man continued to build his ladder. The third year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder very high again. She stood at the top and looked down. She could only see patches of clouds and fog, obscuring her vision. She wanted to see the mini-man's ladder. She barely managed to see it, but found that his ladder was not even 1/10,000th of hers. Boundless Forest Samsara sighed. She felt lonely. The wind blew and her body shuddered. She felt cold again. So standing at the top, not only is it lonely, it is also cold. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder, telling the mini-man about this feeling. The mini-man shook his head. My ladder is not high enough. I don't know what you feel like. Boundless Forest Samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time every day. Strength Gu asked her occasionally, "O human, why are you not building your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara replied, "The ladder is too high, it is too cold, I need to rest and warm up my body." A year passed like this. Boundless Forest Samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time working hard every day. Strength Gu would occasionally ask her, "O human, why don't you go and build your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara replied, "The ladder is too high, every time I look down, I feel a little afraid. I need to rest and calm my heart." Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara became even lazier. Strength Gu asked her, "Look at the mini-man beside you, he is always building his ladder, he has never slacked off, he is giving it his all. If you continue to be so lazy, he will surpass you one day." Boundless Forest Samsara smiled. "How can that be? My one day is equivalent to his 1 month of hard work. How can I be surpassed by him?" Year after year, day after day. Finally, one day, the mini-man found Boundless Forest Samsara, who was resting under a tree. He said to her, "Oh my friend, my ladder has reached the edge of the abyss. I can leave tomorrow. I can leave ordinary abyss." Boundless Forest Samsara laughed loudly. "Oh mini-man, don't lie to me, this is too laughable." The mini-man shook his head, saying seriously, "There is only a small difference between greatness and laughability. Now, I am no longer laughable, I have become great, I can leave this ordinary abyss. If you don't believe me, watch me climb out." Thus, the mini-man started to climb his ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked to see that the mini-man's ladder had reached the edge of the abyss. He was really climbing it, he was about to leave ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel cold?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel lonely?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel afraid?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." After the mini-man said this, his body suddenly shined with a dazzling light. Soon, the light turned into a goo worm. "My name is Perseverance, oh mini-man, thank you for nurturing me." Perseverance Goo thanked the mini-man. The mini-man smiled. "That's great, even though I have no strength, I have perseverance," the mini-man said as he climbed out of ordinary abyss, stepping into the outside world. He first saw a person. That was Renzu. The time in ordinary abyss was not the same as the outside world. Renzu looked at the mini-man and sighed. "This is Perseverance Goo? It is a pity. If I had it back then, I would have conquered Reverse Flow River." Chapter 1283. Flood Extremity thought that Perseverance Goo was a goo worm created in the legends of Renzu. But Black Extremity shook his head. Perseverance Immortal Goo is not a fictional goo worm. In fact, it existed in the past. Flood Extremity was shocked. "How come I don't know about it? This is something I accidentally obtained when I was roaming in northern plains." The person who refined Perseverance Immortal Goo was the famous Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He was the one who entered the door of life and death and brought Reverse Flow River into the world. He should be the first owner of Reverse Flow River. Black Extremity said. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Is that so? But why is Reverse Flow River in old ancestor Shuehu's hands now? Flood Extremity asked. Black Extremity shook his head. I don't know what is going on. Right at this time, there was a soft sound. Inside the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation, some mortal goo exploded. The pillar of light that the subformation emitted also shrunk by 10%. This sudden change interrupted their conversation. Flood Extremity became nervous. A portion of the goo formation is destroyed, aren't you going to repair it? Black Extremity shook his head. This is within my expectations. Even the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation cannot withstand the power of Reverse Flow River, it will be destroyed. And this formation has a flaw: once it is activated, it cannot be repaired, unless the entire goo formation is stopped. Flood Extremity frowned. The Reverse Flow River hasn't been drawn here yet. What should we do? Black Extremity smiled. Don't worry, I created this formation, how could I not expect this? In fact, there are benefits to the goo formation being destroyed. Flood Extremity was even more confused. There are benefits to the goo formation being destroyed. Every time a portion of the goo formation is destroyed, the influence on Reverse Flow River will be reduced by 10%. The latter part of Reverse Flow River will not be affected, it will return to normal. That way, the Reverse Flow River will be able to display its power and wash away the people and objects behind it. Black Extremity explained. Amazing! Flood Extremity clapped his hands in praise, his eyes shining. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun have been arranged to be at the forefront. This way, they will be the last to be eliminated. Black Extremity nodded. That is correct. In the Reverse River. Lord Bai Chintian! The three Central Continent Goo Immortals greeted Bai Chintian. Bai Chintian nodded. Currently, there were already 5 people beside him. Including these 3 people and himself, there were 9 people. Did you see Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun? The Goo Immortals shook their heads. Have you seen this person before? Bai Chintian described Fan Yuan's appearance and clothing to the Goo Immortals. The Central Continent Goo Immortals looked at each other. One of them suddenly said, I think I saw him before, but I did not stop him. At that time, I hid behind the driftwood, so he didn't notice me and just swam forward. Bai Chintian nodded. My lord, this person is not in our intelligence. Is he a friend or foe? Someone asked. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were confused. Because Bai Chintian was a Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal, he would not ask about a Rank 7 Goo Immortal for no reason. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan's cultivation was not outstanding. Especially among the Central Continent Goo Immortals, most of them had Rank 7 cultivation level. But Bai Chintian's next words made the Central Continent Goo Immortals' hearts shake. He is a strong enemy. If you meet him, you must be extra careful. Because in terms of physical strength, I can only fight him to a draw. The Central Continent Goo Immortals nodded, they had solemn expressions. What do we do now? Someone asked. We have the numbers now, we will swim up. If we can kill the enemy in Reverse Flow River, that would be for the best. Bai Chintian said this as killing intent surged in his heart. This was indeed a rather correct strategy. For the Central Continent Goo Immortals, if they fought, they were not old ancestors Shuehu and Zishan Makoto's match. Now that he had lost the Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp, he was no match for these two. The change in Reverse Flow River gave the Central Continent Goo Immortals a great opportunity. Bai Chintian felt that as long as they could grasp this opportunity, they might be able to kill the enemy in Reverse Flow River and turn the tables. What's going on? Right at this time, a certain water path Goo Immortal among the Central Continent Goo Immortals sensed the change in the water flow. Next, these Central Continent Goo Immortals saw that the Reverse Flow River water around them had calmed down from its turbulent state. Finally, the river's surface slowly flowed with ripples. Large numbers of rocks, wood, and beast corpses were swept away by the silent river water. The speed was 5 times faster than the turbulent river water earlier. How can this be? Some Central Continent Goo Immortals were caught off guard. they were swept away by the river water. In the blink of an eye, they were 200 to 300 steps away from Bai Chintian and the rest. Bai Chintian was the first to react. Quick, swim up, we cannot stop for even a moment. Reverse flow river has returned to normal. If we stop now, we will be swept away by the river, he shouted. Hearing Bai Chintian's reminder, the other Central Continent Gu immortals reacted. They quickly swam forward. So difficult! The river water is flowing slowly, but it is several times more difficult than the turbulent waves earlier. These wood and beast corpses are annoying, they are interfering with our progress. The Central Continent Gu immortals soon found that it was much more difficult to swim in this normal reverse flow. So what? The higher we are in reverse flow river, the more difficult it is to swim. Persevere. We do not need to swim upstream, we only need to wait for enemies to kill them. If we kill a rank 8 Gu immortal, we can turn the tables. Bai Chintian raised the morale. The Central Continent Gu immortals responded. This way, reverse flow river is our chance. Lord Bai Chintian, look ahead, the river water is still turbulent. Bai Chintian heard this and found something amiss. He frowned immediately. This was bad news. Swimming in the seemingly calm reverse flow river was much more tiring than swimming in the turbulent water. At this rate, as time passes, when Central Continent's Gu immortals encounter the enemies that were washed down by reverse flow river, they would be exhausted. They would be a bunch of exhausted soldiers. Quick! We need to swim to the front, into the turbulent water. Bai Chintian had a solemn expression as he gave the correct order. The Central Continent Gu immortals received the order and increased their speed. Fan Yuan swam in the current. He kept searching for Ying Wuxia's figure, but he could not find him. The river water was turbulent. Huge waves were created from time to time. As the waves churned, the corpses of the wild beasts and countless rocks and trees in the river would be tossed up. The situation on the river was very complicated. Most importantly, the river was very wide. Fan Yuan could not patrol from a high vantage point. No matter how good his eyesight was, his vision was limited. However, he found many Gu immortals. Among them were Central Continent Gu immortals, as well as Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land Peak Lords. But Fan Yuan avoided them all. He did not deal with them. Dealing with these people would only waste his time. He would not gain anything. This river is too wide. I might have already surpassed Ying Wuxia when I swam earlier. I am now upstream of him. This is possible. But Fan Yuan did not give up. Because there was a high chance that Ying Wuxia was still upstream. He swam with all his strength. He was like a fish, agilely moving forward in the complicated water. The sovereign immortal body gave him excellent eyesight, stamina, and recovery speed on par with rank 8 Gu immortals, and most importantly, he had trained his swimming ability to an instinctive level. All of this allowed him to surpass many Gu immortals. In contrast, because Bai Chintian had to gather the Central Continent Gu immortals, he had to search the same river segment. He was at the back. A leopard raccoon moved through the water, pouncing towards Zhao Lianyun. The leopard raccoon was smaller than a leopard, but it could swim. Thus, even though it was swept away by reverse flow river, it managed to survive. Go away! Mu Linglan slapped with one palm, killing the leopard raccoon. His other hand grabbed onto Zhao Lianyun's arm. Zhao Lianyun was only a phantom aperture false immortal. Her foundation was weak, she had almost no down marks. Without Gu worms, she was as weak as a normal person. Thankfully, when she was swept into reverse flow river, the rank 7 water path Gu immortal Mu Linglan was beside her. Because of Mu Linglan's protection, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Linglan's water path down marks actually allowed him to breathe freely in water. At the same time, his water skills were outstanding as well. He protected Zhao Lianyun along the way. Not only did he avoid danger time and time again, he even brought her forward. Look, there's a mound ahead. After Mu Linglan repelled the leopard raccoon, his eyes shined as he saw a mound floating on the river's surface. This mound is made of soil. No wonder it can float on the water and not sink. Let's rest there. Mu Linglan dragged Zhao Lianyun as he climbed the mound with difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired, she was on the verge of death. Once she reached the shore, she collapsed on the mound, not moving, not wanting to get up. Mu Linglan was also extremely tired, he breathed roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound! Mu Linglan suddenly stood up, his gaze turned ruthless. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated! A figure walked out of the forest on the mound. Mu Linglan saw this person and was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was even more stunned. Because the person who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyun. The immortals were all in a sorry state, but Ma Hongyun's clothes were clean and tidy, he was still chewing on a fruit in his hand. You are Ma Hongyun! Mu Linglan exclaimed. Ma Hongyun took a step back. Are you here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun mustered her remaining strength, she stood up shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyun, her throat was moving, but she could not speak. Before using love, she had used goo worms to speak, but now, in reverse flow river, she could not use any goo worms. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun finally saw the person she had yearned for day and night. She was extremely excited, she took a step forward. But at the next moment, she hesitated. What did she look like now? She knew clearly. She was no longer young, she was an old woman. Her hair was white, her wrinkles were deep, and she was as thin as a stick. Could Ma Hongyun still recognize her in this appearance? Could she still use this appearance to meet her lover, and let him see her like this? Zhao Lianyun suddenly lost all her courage. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ma Hongyun's eyes. While Zhao Lianyun was hesitating, she suddenly heard Ma Hongyun's exclamation. You are Lady Xiaoyun? Zhao Lianyun's body shook. She raised her head and saw Ma Hongyun throwing away the fruit in his hand. He ran towards her excitedly. Lady Xiaoyun, Lady Xiaoyun! I missed you so much! Ma Hongyun shouted loudly. Mu Linglan saw this, he was deeply moved, he explained. Fairy Lianyun rushed over from Central Continent to save you, she ended up like this. Lady Xiaoyun! Ma Hongyun ran to Zhao Lianyun, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's hand. He also choked with sobs, unable to speak for a moment. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun only felt immense happiness filled her heart. All the sacrifices she made earlier were worth it. Chapter 1284. Boom! A dull sound came from the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation. Flood Extremity was no longer surprised, he took a glance before shifting his gaze. In just a while, the goo formation's light beam had shrunk by 50%. This goo formation is quite interesting. At this time, a strange voice entered Flood Extremity's ears. Who is it? Flood Extremity was shocked, his goo immortal aura burst out, he was about to use a powerful method. Lad, don't be nervous, don't move. That strange voice said calmly. At that moment, Flood Extremity could not move. He felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. This person was unimaginably strong. He was a Grand Rank 7 Goo Immortal, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven, but he could not react at all, he was easily suppressed by the other party. You are my master's descendant, as long as you do not attack me, I will not eat you. That voice said again. Next, Flood Extremity saw a huge beast the size of a hill, it slowly appeared in front of him. This was a 4-legged monster with purple fur. It looked like a ferret. The purple fur on its body was glossy and smooth, and its eyes shone like amethyst. The most eye-catching part was its tail. This was not a ferret's tail, it was a dog's tail. A ferret with a dog's tail? Flood Extremity was momentarily stunned, because he thought of a certain existence. As expected, at the next moment, the information path goo worm in his immortal aperture transmitted information to South Desolation Immortal. He could not leave now. This huge beast was the helper he invited to deal with anyone who dared to obstruct Longevity Heaven. You are the dog-tail life-extending ferret? Ancestor Giant Sun's mount? Flood Extremity stammered. The huge beast nodded, it grinned as it said in dissatisfaction. Don't call me Mount, I have a name too. I am Mao Lichio. Just call me Grandpa Mao. Mao. Grandpa Mao. On the other side, Black Extremity was also tongue-tied. He was still in shock. All right, let's stop this goo formation. Let's go to Reverse Flow River and take away Ma Hongyun and AI. Mao Liqiu waved its claw. Immediately, intense winds blew as the aura of countless goo worms burst out, forming into an immortal killer move. The fate-reversing sacrificial subformation that the Black Extremity had painstakingly set up collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. This? The Black Extremity's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Don't be like this. You're disturbing Grandpa Mao's sweet dreams. Is it fun? Hurry up and finish this. Grandpa Mao wants to go back to the cave to sleep. The huge sable Mao Liqiu said, then exhaled. This aura spread out rapidly, binding up Flood Extremity and Flood Extremity in an instant. The giant Marden's forelimbs lightly stomped on the ground, and its heavy body that was as large as a mountain lightly flew into the sky. Beside it, Flood Extremity and Black Extremity were being dragged along by an invisible aura as they followed the giant Marden towards the Reverse Flow River. What's going on? Reverse Flow River suddenly changed, affecting all the goo immortals inside the river. After a huge change, the entire Reverse Flow River calmed down. The river surface flowed slowly with faint ripples. Reverse Flow River has returned to normal? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He felt that it was much more difficult now. A vast amount of junk could not move forward on their own. They were washed away by Reverse Flow River. At once, many goo immortals chose to go downstream with these undead creatures, leaving Reverse Flow River. This was the only way to leave Reverse Flow River. The situation is not good. Fan Yuan did not see Wu Xie and the rest. He continued to move forward. In the sky, Bai Qintian and the other Central Continent goo immortals looked down at Reverse Flow River. These people originally wanted to go against the current, but the second half of the Reverse Flow River gradually returned to normal as the child formation was damaged. Bai Qintian saw that this was not working. He could still hold on, but the other goo immortals were expended. They chose to go downstream and leave Reverse Flow River, going upstream from the sky. However, this way, they would become outsiders, and any methods they used against the Reverse Flow River would be returned to them. Bai Qintian soon found Fan Yuan, who was in Reverse Flow River. We can forget about our previous enmity, as long as you hand over affection immortal goo. Bai Qintian sent an ultimatum to Fan Yuan. This is the rank 7 goo immortal who fought Lord Bai Qintian to a draw. How does he cultivate? The other Central Continent goo immortals looked at Fan Yuan with curious gazes. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, ignoring Bai Qintian. Someone among the Central Continent goo immortals shouted. Audacious! You dare to disrespect Lord Bai Qintian! Bai Qintian snorted coldly. You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in Reverse Flow River? Before I'm washed down, you should worry about yourself. After all, this is not Central Continent. Fan Yuan replied without fear. Bai Qintian's thoughts were exposed. His expression turned colder. He gave up on Fan Yuan and continued to move upstream. Fan Yuan's matter was a small matter. The most important thing was Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. Because the dog-tail life-extending ferret destroyed the subformation, the complicated situation on the river became clear. The irrelevant items were washed away. Only a few groups of goo immortals were left on the river. At the front were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Mu Linglan. The second group were old ancestors Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto, and Lady Wan Shou. The third group was the Central Continent rank 8 goo immortal Wei Lingyang, as well as some Central Continent goo immortals. The fourth group was Wu Xie and the rest, as well as some Snowy Peak lords. The fifth group was Fan Yuan. When he was swept into Reverse Flow River, he was too far from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was at the back of the river. Even though he was swimming upstream, the others were also working hard. Speaking of which, the situation was quite interesting. Quick, swim forward! Mu Linglan looked at old ancestors Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, who were not far away. His heart was in his throat. The floating mound earlier had already been washed away. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could only swim forward to avoid being caught by old ancestors Shui Hu again. The second group was old ancestors Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto. In order to catch Ma Hongyun again, they chased after him. The third group was Wei Ling Yang. He did not want to give up. As long as he held back old ancestors Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would have a chance to swim downstream. They would be able to resolve this crisis. Ingwu Xie and the Snowy Mountain Demonic Path Gu Immortals had the same idea as Wei Ling Yang. Even though they were at the back, they had a chance. Look, the one behind us! He Lulan suddenly reminded. Ingwu Xie turned around and saw Fan Yuan. His heart jumped. He actually chased us all the way here! Right now, the river surface was calm, there was no debris, they could see very clearly, thus, Ingwu Xie immediately found Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not know about Zishan Makoto yet, even though he could see old ancestors Shui Hu from his angle. But Zishan Makoto was a small person, he was thumb-sized, he was sitting on old ancestors Shui Hu's shoulder, he could not be seen clearly. Fan Yuan did not know what happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though he met Bai Qingtian, he only knew that a battle of rank 8s had happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Why would Bai Qingtian tell him which side had the advantage? Thus, Fan Yuan had always thought that as long as he got rid of Ingwu Xie and the rest, he would be able to resolve the threat of Shadow Sect. Thus, when he saw Ingwu Xie, his eyes shined with a bright light, he swam towards Ingwu Xie even faster. He is our enemy? A Snowy Mountain Peak Lord looked at Fan Yuan and sneered. Come, let's kill him together! Outside, Gu Immortal methods can be used, the situation is complicated. But in the reverse flow river, he's alone. Once he said this, the other Gu Immortals became restless. Ingwu Xie could not help but feel moved. If he could kill Fan Yuan now, it would be a good chance to obtain the Sovereign Immortal Body. But the Sovereign Immortal Body is not so easy to deal with. It is more appropriate to meet up with Lord Z. After all, my main body is still trapped in the dream realm. Ingwu Xie thought about it. He decided to look at the bigger picture. Follow me, we will meet up with Lord Snowy Mountain first. He is not the main point, our biggest enemy is the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Ingwu Xie did not expose Fan Yuan's background, he successfully diverted the attention of the Snowy Mountain Gu Immortals. That's right, let's meet up with Ancestor first. The Snowy Mountain Peak Lords could not go with the flow now. Because a rank 8 Central Continent Gu Immortal was already in the sky. Once they left Reverse Flow River, they would face the rank 8 Gu Immortals' methods. They could only stay in Reverse Flow River for now. But soon, they found that staying in Reverse Flow River was not easy. In this special environment, if they could not move forward, they would be washed away by the river. Back then, Renzu had failed in Reverse Flow River. At the final moment of success, his efforts had failed. Nobody felt that they could achieve the same feat as Renzu. But in the current situation, every group of Gu Immortals had their own reasons to stay in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun, you cannot escape. Old Ancestor Snowy Mountain's gaze was cold. Lady Wanshou snickered. Quick, let's go. They are catching up. Ma Hongyun and Mu Linglan moved to the left and right, supporting Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Lianyun, hold on. We are about to catch up! Wei Ling shouted. Ingwu Xie was behind them, waiting for an opportunity. At the same time, he was having a headache over Fan Yuan. He had to move faster and delay Fan Yuan. Ingwu Xie! Fan Yuan was already getting closer to Ingwu Xie. Soon, someone could not hold on anymore. The first was the Snowy Mountain Peak Lord. He was almost out of stamina. His face was pale as he swam with the flow. Fan Yuan took the initiative to avoid him. Now was not the time to fight. If he stopped moving, he would be dragged down. Even if he got rid of his opponent, he would fall behind. Be careful! In the sky, Bai Qingtian shouted. We finally caught up to you. You mice! Old Ancestor Shui Hu had already swum behind Zhao Lianyun and the rest. Zhao Lianyun knew that he had no more stamina. If he continued, he would only be a burden to Ma Hongyun. Chapter 1285. Mu Ling Lan! Behind old ancestor Shui Hu, Wei Ling shouted angrily. Mu Linglan had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and moved faster than Zhao Lianyun, pushing the frail Zhao Lianyun into Ma Hongyun's arms. Live well! Saying this, he turned around and hugged old ancestor Shui Hu's waist. Old ancestor Shui Hu struggled, but he could not move forward. He was washed away by the reverse flow river. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's crisis was resolved for now. Quick, leave! Ma Hongyun held on to Zhao Lianyun. His heart was pounding. Damn you! Old ancestor Shui Hu hated Mu Linglan to the core. He kicked Mu Linglan's chest with his knees. His down marks naturally surpassed Mu Linglan by countless times. Mu Linglan was only rank 7, how could he be his match? Soon, his bones broke, he spat out mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the surrounding river red. After more than 10 breaths of time, Mu Linglan could not hold on any longer, he stopped breathing and died. Seeing their comrade die in front of them, the Central Continent Gu immortals were furious. Mu Linglan, Central Continent will remember your sacrifice, the Celestial Court will remember it. Wei Ling shouted as he pounced towards old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu was entangled by Mu Linglan, he had already fallen to the third group. He was immediately attacked by the furious Central Continent Gu immortals. Shui Hu! Lady Wan Shou was worried about her husband's safety. She rushed back to help him. Both sides fought and flowed downstream. They soon collided with Ing Wu Xie and the rest in the fourth group. At this moment, a large number of Gu immortals were fighting in the river. The scene was very chaotic. Bai Qintian and the rest were dumbfounded as they watched from the sky. They were grand Gu immortals, but now, they had lost all their poise. They were fighting in the water like mortals fighting each other. But it was too late for Bai Qintian to interfere now. Soon, blood dyed the surroundings red. Many Gu immortal corpses flowed downstream. Ing Wu Xie! Fan Yuan joined the battle, he had finally arrived. Where is my lord? Ing Wu Xie finally found old ancestor Shui Hu in the chaotic battle and asked loudly. Still upstream! Old ancestor Shui Hu answered. As it turned out, while old ancestor Shui Hu and Mu Linglan were entangled, Zishan Makoto went upstream alone, planning to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun alive. Precisely so, old ancestor Shui Hu was willing to fight with the Central Continent Gu immortals. This was his plan to obstruct the enemy. Having received the answer, Ing Wu Xie whistled and led He Lulan and the others away from the battle, rushing towards Zishan Makoto. Fan Yuan roared. Ing Wu Xie, where are you going? Ing Wu Xie sighed and shouted. Where is Tai Bai Yinxing? You guys go! Tai Bai Yinxing immediately responded. With an expression that said he was unafraid of death, he pounced on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was blocked. Ing Wu Xie, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing managed to escape. Bam bam bam! Fan Yuan's attacks were heavy and powerful. Soon, Tai Bai Yinxing's bones and tendons were broken. But Tai Bai Yinxing was already determined to die. He tightly clung on to Fan Yuan and hugged him tightly, even using his teeth to bite and headbutt. Fan Yuan could not break free at this moment. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, Old Bai, do you still remember Imperial Court Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yinxing was stunned. He exposed a flaw. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with ruthlessness. His 2 fingers pierced Tai Bai Yinxing's eyes mercilessly. Tai Bai Yinxing was heavily injured. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his eye sockets. Fan Yuan used this opportunity to attack again. Tai Bai Yinxing finally stopped moving. He was motionless. He was dead. Humph! Fan Yuan shook off Tai Bai Yinxing's corpse as he continued to swim, chasing after Ing Wu Xie. At this moment, old ancestor Shui Hu and Wei Ling Yang's chaotic battle was also split up. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Bai Qintian looked at Reverse Flow River. He could see the situation clearly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the front. They were the first group. Zishan Makoto was second. Ing Wu Xie and the rest were third. Fan Yuan was fourth. Old ancestors Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou were fifth. Wei Ling Yang and the rest of the Central Continent Gu immortals were sixth. Bai Qintian was anxious. Central Continent's side was already in a disadvantageous position. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the first group. There was no second Mu Linglan to protect them. The second group, Sishan Makoto, was the enemy, while Ing Wu Xie and the rest were vicious members of Shadow Sect. The fifth group was old ancestors Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou. There was no need to mention them. Without a choice, Bai Qintian could only target Fan Yuan. Friend! You only need to protect the lives of the two people at the front. You will obtain the friendship of Central Continent, and even the Celestial Court. Just tell me, what immortal goo or cultivation resources do you want? My huge Central Continent can satisfy you. As long as you protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. This again. Fan Yuan heard this and sighed internally. He thought of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was facing a choice. If he could help Ma Hongyun, it would be very beneficial to him. The current situation was similar to the Royal Court Blessed Land. But Fan Yuan did not say anything, he only swam upwards. Right now, he wanted to get rid of Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Who cares about Ma Hongyun? Get lost. But what followed was a long stalemate. The further up Reverse Flow River went, the harder it was to move. Stamina and Dao Mark Foundation were secondary. The most important thing was the test of one's willpower. Lady Xiao Yun, we need to persevere. I believe that there will definitely be a chance. Ma Hongyun continued to speak, encouraging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. The river water was cold, but in Ma Hongyun's arms, Zhao Lianyun felt an incomparable warmth. This warmth gave her great motivation. She could still grit her teeth and persevere. Following behind them was Zishan Makoto. Ma Hongyun! Zhao Lianyun! Hee. As long as I capture you, I can suppress old ancestor Shui Hu. At that time, I'll let him deal with Southern Border's giant dream realm. Purple Mountain True Monarch's mind was racing. Protect Lord Purple! Ing Wu Xie was worried. Wife, wake up! Old ancestor Shui Hu's side had a problem. Lady Wan Shou had fainted. She was heavily injured in the chaotic battle. She lasted for a while before fainting. Old ancestor Shui Hu panicked internally. He gritted his teeth and stopped paddling, hugging Lady Wan Shou as he allowed himself to be washed away by Reverse Flow River. Wei Ling Yang and the rest allowed him to leave. They wanted one less strong competitor. Old ancestor Shui Hu quickly left Reverse Flow River. Using Gu immortal methods, he stabilized Lady Wan Shou's condition. Bai Qintian became nervous. He could not deal with old ancestor Shui Hu alone. The other Central Continent Gu immortals around him could not interfere in the battle of rank 8s without immortal Gu houses. I'll kill you first! Old ancestor Shui Hu carefully placed the unconscious Lady Wan Shou into his immortal aperture. Next, he charged towards Bai Qintian. He was the #1 demonic path person in Northern Plains. He was ruthless. How could he give up on this chance to beat up a fallen enemy? At most I will die. Bai Qintian was determined to die. He did not dodge. But when the two rank 8s were about to fight, they sensed a powerful aura. The mountainous dog-tailed Violet Marten finally arrived at the Reverse Flow Riverside with Flood Extremity and Black Extremity. Chapter 1286. Outside Reverse Flow River. Old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to fight Bai Qintian, but at this time, the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, appeared. Why is this ferret here? Doesn't it stay in a cave all year round? Old ancestor Shui Hu was shocked. This ferret had a huge origin. It was Giant Sun Immortal's mount in the past. Giant Sun Immortal subdued it in his later years. His motive was obvious. It was to find a way to extend his lifespan. This dog-tail life-extending ferret had a huge amount of Dao marks. It was very mystical. As it grew older, its dog tail would shorten along with its lifespan. Once its lifespan was near its end, its tail would vanish. Thus, whenever it felt that its lifespan was near its end, it would devour an immemorial desolate hound. After devouring it, the dog-tail life-extending ferret would obtain the immemorial desolate hound's lifespan. It would grow a dog tail and continue living. Precisely so, Giant Sun Immortal died. while the dog-tail life-extending ferret survived until now. This giant ferret was blessed by Giant Sun Immortal. It gained intelligence and knew how to use goo worms, even immortal killer moves. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had intelligence, and could use immortal goo to unleash all sorts of methods. Its strength was unfathomable. Even old ancestor Shui Hu was wary of it. Old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to deal with Bai Qintian, but now that the dog-tail life-extending ferret appeared, he gave up on this plan. To think that Mao Li Qiu saved me! Bai Qintian let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. He also knew about the dog-tail life-extending ferret, because this immemorial desolate beast was too famous. Like Central Continent's Huakong, and that evil dragon Di Zhanxing, they were special existences. Their battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. Old ancestor Shui Hu's gaze focused on the two longevity heaven goo immortals beside the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Old ancestor Shui Hu's gaze was focused on Black Extremity. He chuckled coldly. As expected, Sun Ming Lu, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. To think that Longevity Heaven has already started to target me. He had already guessed this before, and now that he saw the Black Extremity in person, his guesses were confirmed. Black Extremity bowed towards Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, we meet again. I am Black Extremity, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven. My name, Sun Ming Lu, is merely an alias I used to travel around northern plains. Old Ancestor Shui Hu sneered, but did not show any signs of attacking. That was because the dog-tailed life-extending ferret was by the Black Extremity's side. It was not that Old Ancestor Shui Hu was afraid of Mao Li Qiu, but he knew that the crux of the matter was not on the 3 of them, but on Reverse Flow River. Before the situation in the Reverse Flow River was settled, it was not a good time to make a move and let a third party take advantage of the situation. After greeting Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Black Extremity stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun in the river. Grandpa Mao, the 2 people in front are our targets. The Black Extremity reminded the dog-tailed life-extending marten. Bai Qintian frowned. Old Ancestor Shui Hu's sneer became even colder. But Mao Li Qiu did not care as it curled its lips. Its huge beast face showed a very human expression. No rush! Let's wait for them to decide the victor. We are outside Reverse Flow River. Even though we can use goo worms, we cannot attack it. Any immortal method will be reflected on us by Reverse Flow River. Why would I seek trouble for myself? Although every strike of the Reverse Flow River would reduce a portion of the river's water, the Reverse Flow River was not as powerful as before. But with such a large river, how many years and months would it take to dry it up? I, Grandpa Mao, won't do such a thankless thing. Saying so, it paused before continuing. Don't worry, these people will not last long. The further upstream Reverse Flow River goes, the more willpower is tested. Hee, they are swimming in Reverse Flow River now. Any thoughts of persevering in their minds will be reflected by Reverse Flow River. Any determination will waver and be washed away by Reverse Flow River. The 3 rank 8 existences were wary of each other. They did not attack. Outside the river, the goo immortals were all looking at Reverse Flow River. In the river, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still in first place. Purple Mountain True Monarch was in the second position, very close to Ma and Zhao. Ingwu Xie, Bai Ningbing, and He Luan were third. Next was Fang Yuan. The 5th was originally Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, but earlier, Old Ancestor Shui Hu gave up on the competition to save the unconscious Lady Wan Shou. He came to Reverse Flow River. Thus, the 5th was Celestial Court's rank 8 Rule Path Goo Immortal Wei Ling Yang, as well as several Central Continent Goo Immortals. Zishan Makoto moved his limbs. He even flapped the thin wings on his back from time to time. Ma and Zhao were already very close to him. I need to persevere. If I capture these 2, I will be able to suppress Old Ancestor Shui Hu and deal with Central Continent. Zishan Makoto's eyes were filled with determination. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect on the will in his mind. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the hesitation in his heart. 90,000 years ago, Providence attacked. I had to make many deductions before I found the final hope of survival. I sealed myself and turned into a purple gold rock. But I was still framed by Providence, and often fell into a state of insanity and amnesia. These last 100,000 years, I woke up many times and experienced many dangers. With the help of Shadow Sect, I managed to escape and survive. Right now, even though my main body successfully refined the sovereign immortal aperture, it was snatched away by others. My main body fell into a dream realm again. He is in a precarious situation. The huge Shadow Sect has already been wiped out. The situation does not allow me to fail. I need to persevere until I capture Ma and Zhao. We are about to succeed. Zishan Makoto's dual sources shined. He was already very close to Ma and Zhao. Oh no, Zishan Makoto is going to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Central Continent's Gu immortals were shocked. Old ancestors Shui Hu, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest had joyful expressions. What do we do? Flood Extremity shouted. Nothing. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes. Unless they come out. Ah. But at this time, Zishan Makoto suddenly screamed as he hugged his head, struggling with a pained expression. What is going on? What happened? The immortals were bewildered. He actually acted up at this time. Damn it! Ing Wu Xie cursed the heavens in his heart. At the crucial moment, Zishan Makoto fell into a state of insanity. He swam down rapidly. Thankfully, Ing Wu Xie was already following Zishan Makoto, to prevent him from falling into insanity. He immediately caught Zishan Makoto. The group of 4 continued to swim upwards. This way, Ma and Zhao escaped danger. They were still in first place. Zishan Makoto fell down. He was in second place with Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Third was Fang Yuan. Fourth was the Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Wei Lingyang. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is all up to you. Bai Qingtian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu Immortals also started to cheer. Something happened to Zishan Makoto. This was great news to Central Continent. Especially those Gu Immortals who did not know Fang Yuan's true strength. They felt that only Central Continent Rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left in Reverse Flow River. Even though Wei Lingyang was in last place, he could still win. Wei Lingyang gritted his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was getting higher, and more importantly, Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thought of swimming upwards and persevering would be affected by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that seemed to have taken root in Wei Lingyang's heart. I need to persevere. Because I am Central Continent's only hope. If I can capture Ma Hongyun and save Zhao Lianyun, we will have a chance to return in victory. I cannot fail. Central Continent's glory, Celestial Court's glory, I cannot lose it because of me. Wei Lingyang swam forward as usual. He was very stable. The Central Continent Gu Immortals around him also followed behind him. This group of Gu Immortals was the largest force in Reverse Flow River. They were very eye-catching. Even the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu said, Oh? It seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Celestial Court's influence is still as long as ever. This cannot happen. Ma Hongyun is a Northern Plains person. Bai Qingtian frowned. He looked at Mao Liqiu, then at old ancestor Shui Hu, who had a cold expression. He started to worry. Even if Wei Lingyang defeats his competitors and captures Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Qingtian thought about it but could not think of a way to escape. He could only continue to watch. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The situation in Reverse Flow River did not change. Ma Zhao was still first. Ing Wu Xie and the rest were second. Fan Yuan was in the third place. And Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals were fourth. The order of the 4 groups of Gu Immortals did not change, but the distance between them had shrunk. Oh? These people are actually able to persevere. Strange. How can there be such heroes among humans? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, mumbled. As expected, the great era is coming. Every time a great era that can create a venerable, large numbers of geniuses will emerge like a geyser. Bai Qingtian's eyes shined with bright light. He assessed the Gu immortals on Central Continent's side, memorizing their appearances. These people had strong wills. If they grew up, they would become pillars of their respective ancient sects. Persevere! The sect has entrusted the task of protecting Fairy Lian Yun to me. I will not give up. I will never give up. Bu Jinzi frowned. It is like Gu refinement, no matter how difficult the process is or how unpredictable the results are, as long as I persevere, there will be gains. Yu Yizi encouraged himself internally. Shi Jingyi had a furious expression. Lord Mu Linglan sacrificed himself to protect Fairy Lian Yun. How can I retreat? Do your best. Shi Jingyi. For love and justice, you cannot retreat. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He stared at Ing Wu Xie. Looking at their close relationship, that rank 8 Gu immortal who went crazy is likely a member of Shadow Sect. I need to kill them all. This reverse flow river is the best chance for me to get rid of this threat. Chapter 1287. Reverse flow river flowed quietly. The higher they went, the calmer the river was. But in the minds of the people who were swimming, reverse flow river was flowing in, creating huge waves that would repel any thoughts of swimming upstream. Destruction was not scary, but thoughts and spirits were destroyed. Back then, Renzu also lost in reverse flow river. Now, these Gu immortals were going to repeat Renzu's mistake. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. At the next moment, Yu Yizi reached his limit. He could not move forward anymore. He was quickly washed away by reverse flow river. Next was the second Central Continent Gu immortal. The third, Shi Jingyi, was exhausted. He fainted and was washed away by reverse flow river. Bu Jinzi was very unwilling, but he could only watch as he floated away. Bai Qintian and the rest had ugly expressions as the Central Continent Gu immortals got eliminated. Not long after, the Central Continent side that had the advantage in numbers only had rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Lingyang left. To be able to reach rank 8, his willpower was truly shocking. Wei Lingyang displayed the foundation of a rank 8 expert. As for those Gu immortals who were washed away, Bai Qintian gathered them one by one. They were not obstructed by old ancestors Shui Hu or the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu. Why are our Gu immortals washed away, but these useless people are still in the river? Some Central Continent Gu immortals could not stand Ing Wu Xie, Fan Yuan, and the rest. Mere rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we have all been washed away, they will be here soon. A Central Continent Gu immortal who had just been washed out of reverse flow river said. However, before Fan Yuan or Ing Wu Xie ran out of strength, they saw something happening to Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun, who was swimming with all his might, suddenly choked on some water. He was almost washed away. Be careful! Even Bai Qintian could not help but call out. Ing Wu Xie was overjoyed, but at the next moment, Ma Hongyun regained his composure and continued to swim. It was a false alarm. It's that girl, hee. Her willpower is quite shocking. Mao Liqiu saw through the details. It turned out that at the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had actually helped Ma Hongyun, allowing him to stabilize again. As a matter of fact, when the reverse flow river returned to normal, it didn't pose much of a challenge to one's stamina. This was especially true when one reached the upper reaches. The river water became slower and shallower, but the counteracting force against one's willpower and thoughts became stronger and stronger. Hongyun, we can't be separated again. Do you know how much I've experienced, how much I've suffered, and how much I've lost in order to be with you again? Zhao Lianyun was speechless. At this moment, she did not have the strength to speak. Her aged body had already burst forth with a power that even Zhao Lianyun himself found hard to believe. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her physical strength and her old age. She just wanted to be with Ma Hongyun. Even if he swam with all his might, he did not even have the time to look at the person beside him. Even if he couldn't speak, even if he was in danger, even if the result is tragic, I will try my best to persevere. Every minute and every second, as long as I'm with him, shoulder to shoulder, no matter what we do, no matter what the situation is, I feel blessed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun continued to swim forward. Although their speed was very slow, the situation had stabilized. It was a false alarm. Bai Qingtian and the other Central Continent Gu immortals, as well as Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were all shocked. Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, he could not conceal his disappointment. Reverse Flow River, which was the focus of all the immortals, every time the situation changed, the Gu immortals who were watching from the outside would be affected. Even if there were rank 8 Gu immortals among them. Even rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals were experts among the same cultivation level, they were elites of their regions. Even an immortal zombie body feels tired? Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. On his head, Zishan Makoto was pulling Ing Wuxia's hair. He was screaming and playing around, crying and laughing at times. I am only a split soul of my main body. I have not been in this world for long. But from the moment I appeared in this world, I knew the responsibility I had to bear. Now, Lord Z has gone crazy again. If I leave him alone, he might choke to death in the river. I am the only hope of Shadow Sect. Even if I die of exhaustion here, I cannot give up. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will I have a bargaining chip to stall for time until Lord Z regains consciousness. His responsibilities made Ing Wuxia persevere. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Her chest was heaving up and down. She even laughed lightly. Her face was twisted. Her eyes were shining with fervor. Spectacular! This is spectacular! In the Reverse Flow River, I experienced something I had never experienced before. This is the path that Renzu walked on back then. Interesting, this is too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip is not in vain. Even if I lose my life, it is worth it. He Lulan, however, had a furious expression. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not taken revenge for you yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands. Roar! Hang in there for me. He Lulan's body was shaking, she was bursting with unimaginable determination. However, as time passed, someone finally could not hold on anymore. Is this the end of my excitement? I still have great enmity, not. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were exhausted and were washed out. However, there was no need to worry about their safety. Old Ancestor Shui, who was already waiting outside the river. Thus, there were only 6 people left in the Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were first. Ing Wuxia and the insane Zishan Makoto were second. Fan Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Now Old Ancestor Shui, who placed all his hopes on Ing Wuxia. As long as Ing Wuxia captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, Old Ancestor Shui, whose side would have the initiative and control Central Continents by Qingtian and the rest, as well as Longevity Heaven's Dog Tail Life-Extending Ferret. However, if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were washed out, everyone would have a chance. At that time, a chaotic battle would erupt, and it would be unclear who would win. Not only did it depend on their strength, it also depended on their luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is up to you now. Bai Qingtian thought to himself. He clenched his fists, they were filled with sweat. The dog-tail life-extending ferret snickered. A pair of huge eyes stared at the surface of the river. No one knew what it was thinking. Ah! The glory of our great celestial court! A moment later, Wei Lingyang screamed at the sky. He was unwilling, but he reached his limit. He was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Central Continent's Gu immortals gasped in shock. Someone shouted in disbelief. How can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a grand rank 8 Gu immortal. How can he lose to these people? Upstream of Reverse Flow River has nothing to do with cultivation level, it depends on one's own willpower. Someone explained. Central Continent's Gu immortals were silent. Didn't this mean that the Grand Rank 8 Celestial Court's Gu immortal Wei Lingyang's willpower could not compare to these people? Bai Qingtian spoke slowly. Don't forget, earlier, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were resting on a mound made of soil. According to the information, they even had wild fruits to eat. When Reverse Flow River flowed, they were already at the front, while the Gu immortals behind them had to fight for a long time. Their stamina and willpower would be expended in this process. Central Continent's Gu immortals realized. That's right. Even though Lord Wei Lingyang lost, if we start from the same starting point, he will definitely be the final victor. Because of Bai Qintian's words, Central Continent's Gu immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Qintian was expressionless, but his heart was heavy. What should we do now? Bai Qintian was hesitant. As far as Central Continent was concerned, they were already at a huge disadvantage. The safer choice was to retreat and preserve their strength. Or they could go to Black Heaven and see if they could meet up with Myriad Tidal Dragon. With the help of the immortal Gu House, they might be able to retaliate. The third choice was to stay here and fight with old ancestors Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret for Ma and Zhao. Let's wait for Wei Lingyang to return before discussing this. This was a huge matter. Bai Qintian could not make the decision. After all, he was not the leader. Wei Lingyang was the leader. However, while they were waiting, something happened in the reverse flow river again. I am unresigned. Ing Wuxia raised his head and shouted, but soon, he was submerged by reverse flow river and washed away. It is finally over. Ing Wuxia die. Fan Yuan screamed internally. He had been waiting for this moment. He and Ing Wuxia collided violently. Both sides fought in the water, but they stopped moving forward. But this way, Fan Yuan and Ing Wuxia, as well as Zishan Makoto, were unavoidably washed away by reverse flow river. The sovereign immortal body against the strength path immortal zombie. Without a doubt, Ing Wuxia was at an absolute disadvantage. He was instantly beaten by Fan Yuan's punches and kicks. His bones and tendons were broken. But immortal zombies were living dead. They only had one weakness, the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fan Yuan had been an immortal zombie for a period of time. He naturally knew the crux of this. But Ing Wuxia protected his brain. No matter how Fan Yuan destroyed the other parts of his body, he chose to protect his brain. Undoubtedly, this was a smart choice. Because if he delayed, Fan Yuan would be dragged out of reverse flow river, then it would be time for Ing Wuxia to counterattack. Don't forget, there was still He Luan, Bai Ningding, and old ancestor Shui Hu. Among everyone present, only Fan Yuan was completely alone. This was a race against time. Fan Yuan wanted to kill Ing Wuxia and Zishan Makoto before they left reverse flow river. Meanwhile, Ing Wuxia was trying his best to stall for time. Chapter 1288. The main reason was, fighting in the water greatly affected Fan Yuan's attack continuity. Because he needed to swim to the surface of the river to breathe. In this aspect, Fan Yuan could not compare to the dead Mu Linglan. The latter was a water path Gu immortal. He had special water path Dao marks on him that allowed him to breathe underwater. In contrast, immortal zombies did not need to breathe. Because immortal zombies were dead people to begin with. Humph! Fan Yuan's attacks did not work. He suddenly changed his target to Zishan Makoto, who was in Ing Wuxia's arms. Ing Wuxia was worried about Zishan Makoto's safety. He quickly tried to save him. Fan Yuan suddenly changed his target, his fingers stabbing towards Ing Wuxia's eyes. This move was vicious and ruthless. As long as he stabbed, Fan Yuan would be able to stab into Ing Wuxia's head and take his life. Ing Wuxia's heart shook. He could not defend in time. He felt despair. But right at this time, a change occurred. Zishan Makoto suddenly came out, charging towards Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan had the initiative. He naturally had the strength to defend. He grabbed Zishan Makoto. At the same time, he tried to clench his fist and crush Zishan Makoto to death. But even though Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal, his wisdom path Dao marks were deep and unfathomable. Fan Yuan felt like he was grabbing a slippery eel. He actually managed to squeeze Zishan Makoto away. Zishan Makoto escaped from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. His body was extremely agile. He swam in the water. His wings increased his agility. Fan Yuan's following attacks missed. Then, Zishan Makoto flew to Ing Wuxia's side, grabbed his collar, and swam with all his might, unexpectedly shaking off Fan Yuan in an instant. Ing Wuxia was both surprised and overjoyed. He looked at Zishan Makoto, and saw that his eyes were clear and bright. He immediately knew that at this critical moment of life and death, Zishan Makoto had regained his senses. Awesome! Ing Wuxie's heart leaped with joy. Now that Zishan Makoto had woken up, the two of them could completely regroup and capture Ma and Zhao alive. Let's go! Zishan Makoto carried Ing Wuxie and quickly left along the river. His body was small, but he possessed enormous power. Lord Z! Realization dawned on Ing Wuxie at once. Indeed, very soon, Zishan Makoto once again descended into a state of insanity. Sigh! Ing Wuxie sighed deeply. He now knew why Zishan Makoto had retreated. Because he was in an unstable state. Because of Zishan Makoto's interference, Fan Yuan could not get rid of Ing Wuxie. Moreover, he had fallen for a long distance. He was very far away from Ma and Zhao. Old ancestor Shui, who had an unhappy expression. With Ing Wuxie and Zishan Makoto's retreat, only 3 people were left in Reverse Flow River. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Fan Yuan. Who is this person? He is a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He actually foiled my plans? Old ancestor Shui, who showed deep killing intent towards Fan Yuan. He Lulan was already standing beside old ancestor Shui, who, hearing his question, she had a thought. Fan Yuan and Ing Wuxie clearly had deep hatred. He had to answer now. He Lulan had already become a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fan Yuan's true identity. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had another identity. She answered. He is Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi? The demonic path Gu immortal who killed Yi Lui Kun Xing and cultivated ancient sword dragon transformation? Old ancestor Shui, who was stunned before reacting. He knew about Lu Guanyi. Even though he was refining Gu in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, he had been paying attention to Northern Plains' situation. Because the rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains were the obstacles to him refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. As for Lu Guanyi and Chu Du, old ancestors Shui, who did not care about them. But to think that a certain minor character who he did not care about would spoil his plans today, at this moment. Ha ha ha, luck is on our side after all. The dog-tail life-extending ferret laughed loudly, its laughter reverberated in the surroundings. Bai Qingtian and Wei Lingyan had already gathered, Central Continent's Gu immortals were waiting. It seemed that they chose to stay and wait for a chance. Old ancestor Shui Hu He Lulan and Bai Ningbing stood together. All 3 sides were together, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be eliminated. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if our Central Continent Gu immortals sacrifice our lives, we will protect you, Wei Lingyang said loudly. Laughable. Central Continent fellows actually want to snatch people from me? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, glared at them, feeling very displeased. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Liqiu's ferocity would scare Ma Hongyun. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Ma Hongyun, you obtain fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu's recognition. You have Giant Sun's bloodline. You are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the source of our bloodline, Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. We're here to take you home. Old ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, threatening Fan Yuan. Lu Guanyi, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the 3rd peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I, Shui Hu, am a man of my words, you can rest assured. If you succeed, with my support, your future path of cultivation will be smooth. Hearing his words, the other Gu immortals started to pay attention to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan lost the chance to kill Ing Wuxie. There was no other way. He had already tried his best. But the foundation of a rank 8, the advantage of a strength path immortal zombie in Reverse Flow River, and most importantly, Zishan Makoto's momentary clarity, all of these pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was very dangerous for him. Among the 3 rank 8s outside the river, only old ancestor Shui who could rely on. But old ancestor Shui who had people from Shadow Sect beside him. If I leave Reverse Flow River, these 3 rank 8s can attack me. My speed cannot match Wei Feng Zi, even with myriad self and familiar face, there is little hope of escaping from these 3 rank 8s. Fan Yuan was clear about his own strength. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, they will be the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to trade for them, not to mention old ancestor Shui Hu. I might even be able to use him to eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam up with all his might towards the 2 of them. Ma and Zhao saw Fan Yuan's movement. They were the only ones left in front of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's malicious intent was clear. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming forward. Persevere! I barely escaped from Snowy Mountain. I do not want to be captured again. And Lady Xiaoyun, she became like this because of me. I need to save her. Thus I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it, keep it up! Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth, swimming forward with all his might. Even though he was extremely tired, he had great motivation in his heart. Fan Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But earlier, when he fought with Ying Wuxie, he was pushed back by Reverse Flow River for a long time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were safe, unless something happened to them and they could not hold on anymore. Time gradually flowed by, and this peculiar competition had finally reached its final juncture. Outside the river, a large number of Gu immortals watched the 3's actions. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression changed. While she was swimming, her feet suddenly touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from Reverse Flow River. Her head and shoulders were above the water. This change made her and Ma Hongyun happy and surprised. How can this be? Flood Extremity was shocked. The dog-tail life-extending ferret yawned. Don't be so surprised. The upstream of Reverse Flow River gets shallower and shallower. Haven't you read the legends of Renzu? Back then, Renzu wanted to walk out of Reverse Flow River, but he failed at the final step. So that's it. Mao Liqiu said loudly. The Central Continent Gu immortals also realized. Unknowingly, they are already at the upstream. Guys, look! They're only 100 steps away from the end of the upper reaches. Could it be that Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun can break the record and do something that even the Renzu couldn't do? Could it be that they can walk out of the Reverse Flow River? Not necessarily. Back then, Renzu started from the downstream. Ma and Zhao gained a lot of advantages. Even so, it is a grand feat. That's right, their willpower is truly shocking. The Gu immortals discussed this topic intensely. Even Mao Liqiu winked. This means that this Ma Hongyun is really not bad. He can actually get out of Reverse Flow River. Hee hee. Flood Extremity and Black Extremity looked at each other, the former said proudly. As expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was still moving his limbs, trying to swim upstream, while Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in Reverse Flow River. Almost all of the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these 2 could break the human record, in a sense, surpass Renzu and walk out of Reverse Flow River from the upstream. Step by step. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun held on to each other. They were shakily moving forward. They were extremely tired, they were numb, but they persisted. With every step, their bodies would shake, like willow branches in the wind. If they fell down at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. But in this state, they continued to move forward. This scene shook the immortals' hearts. What kind of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The 2 of them supported each other. They went through thick and thin together. Regardless of the result, I am filled with admiration towards these 2. The commotion outside the river gradually stopped. As Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun reached the end of the upstream, the immortals held their breaths. Chapter 1289. Am I going to fail? Fan Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart felt heavy. No, as long as it is not the last moment, I will still have a chance. I cannot give up. The last step! Bai Qingtian shouted. The immortals did not even breathe loudly. All of them became nervous, their eyes widened, they wanted to witness this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready, When Ma Hongyun comes out, we will snatch him. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life-extending ferret. But the latter transmitted, no need to snatch. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious. At this time, Ma Hongyun pulled Zhao Lianyun's hand, finally taking the last step. His left foot was still in the reverse flow river, and the water couldn't even cover his left foot. His right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this time, no one could stop Ma Hongyun, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy, or Ma Hongyun himself gave up. But neither of those things happened. Ma Hongyun took a step. Splat. A soft sound, water splashed. He stepped into the water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyun dazed, Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They could clearly see that the moment Ma Hongyun took the last step, the water level of the reverse current river had risen a little. So, Ma Hongyun was still in reverse flow river. Why is this happening? Ma Hongyun did not believe it. Gritting his teeth, he took the second step. At this time, the same thing happened again. Reverse flow river rose a little again. He was still in the river. The immortals were in an uproar. Why was reverse flow river like this? Isn't this a little too shameless? Ha! Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed deafeningly. This is too fun, too fun! Look at your expressions, ha ha ha! This is really interesting, ha ha! The immortals' expressions changed. Black Extremity combined Mao Liqiu's words. He immediately understood. Mao Liqiu already knew that Ma Hongyun could not step out of reverse flow river. That was why it was so calm and did not try to snatch him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood Extremity became impatient, asking curiously. Ha ha ha, you bunch of fools, look at yourselves! Mao Liqiu laughed until its claws slapped the ground, creating loud bangs. It was extremely happy. This is what the reverse flow river looks like. There is an upstream and a downstream, but it is impossible to forcefully walk out of the upstream from the downstream. There was no end to the reverse flow river. With every step you take in the upper reaches, it will overtake you. During the immemorial antiquity era, Renzu wanted to save his eldest son, but that was fate Gu. It dictates the life and death of all living beings. How could a dead person have a second life? This goes against the great Tao of heaven and earth. Thus Wisdom Gu did not tell Renzu about this mystical ability of reverse flow river. Ha ha ha, this is so fun. I didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing this time. At the end, Mao Liqiu started laughing maniacally again. It even rolled around on the ground, holding its belly in laughter. The immortals' expressions completely changed. This was a primordial secret. This was the first time the Gu immortals present had heard of it. This means, according to the legends, wasn't Wisdom Gu the one who harmed Renzu? Renzu failed at the final step, but the truth is, there will never be a final step. Because reverse flow river itself has no end. This is a scheme. This is Wisdom Gu's trap. Wait, if that is the case, wouldn't Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun be trapped in reverse flow river forever? Someone said, reminding everyone of the situation. The immortals quickly looked at reverse flow river. But this time, they did not pay attention to Ma and Zhao. Instead, they looked at Fan Yuan, who was not far behind them. Fan Yuan! He did not give up. The result of his perseverance was a huge turning point. This Lu Guanyi did not get swept away. He is still persevering. He is not far from Ma and Zhao. This means, with his speed, won't he be able to catch Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun soon? Lu Guanyi has great battle strength. The battle earlier proved it. In the reverse flow river, he fought Lord Bai Qintian to a draw. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fan Yuan, Ma Hongyun, and Zhao Lianyun were left. Now, even if the Gu immortals outside the river wanted to regroup and swim upstream, they did not have the time. Most importantly, they were all eliminated. Their thoughts of swimming upstream were destroyed. They could not muster up the courage to swim in reverse flow river for the time being. Oh no, the only hope now is that Lu Guanyi runs out of energy? Bai Qintian thought of this as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao. Walk slowly, don't be anxious. As long as you keep moving forward, you can stay in reverse flow river. Bai Qingtian had fought with Fang Yuan before. He was very clear about Fang Yuan's shocking battle strength in reverse flow river. This could be seen from his injuries after leaving reverse flow river. He had Zishan Makoto's help, and was an immortal zombie. He was only a step away from death. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's loyalty to Central Continent, they had to avoid interacting with Fang Yuan. They had to stall for time until Fang Yuan could not hold on anymore. This was Central Continent's only chance of victory. But Fang Yuan was still the same. He was not fast, but compared to Ma and Zhao, who were as slow as turtles, he was extremely fast. Not long after, he landed on the ground. He was less than 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old ancestor Shui Hu suddenly spoke. Good, Lu Guanyi, capture Ma and Zhao. If you have any requests, you can tell me. You are wanted by Lu tribe and Yilui tribe, but as long as you hand these two to me, I will be your ally. From now on, whoever dares to deal with you will be dealing with me. Wei Lingyan was shocked. He also spoke. Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects, and members of Celestial Court. If you can protect Ma and Zhao, even if you go to Central Continent, we have ways to modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. If you make a huge contribution, Central Continent will not mistreat you. Old ancestor Shui Hu will give you several times, or even 10 times the reward. Humph! Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huangjin bloodline, as long as you make up for your mistakes and protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, hand them over to Longevity Heaven. My Longevity Heaven can make an exception and take you in as an external Supreme Elder. If you enter Longevity Heaven, you will receive unimaginable benefits. You will be a member of Northern Plains' righteous path, not a demonic path. Not only will you not be wanted, you will even be welcomed by all of Northern Plains' Huangjin tribes. Flood Extremity also spoke. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.